I cannot afford to waste any time. We have a lot of fantasy teams that we have to look at, a lot of fantasy football questions we have to answer. Of course, I will let you know that we are live streaming every single day, answering these questions, looking at these teams. So if you wanted to be able to come out here and get your team looked at, get a fantasy football trade question, starts a question answered, drop a like, subscribe to the channel. I'm not going to miss a single day of answering these till Christmas. And the majority of the questions that we answer are completely free for just the people that hang out with us in the streams. But Obra, this is going to be the first team we look at. So, hey, Mason, 3-0, a bit lost after the Connor injury. He's going to be on the IR with Ayuk and Jones. I feel like the team is weak, specifically at tight end. Waiver wire 8 this week. Don't know what we are going to end up getting, even though we're 3-0. Well, my guys, super excited to check this out for you. Let me go ahead and send you over some free questions before we even dive into the roster. Now, this is a super flex format. So with this being a super flex league, we are in a spot in which we are very much incentivized to not care about tight end, to be honest. Because just naturally, tight end's going to make up a very small percentage of your starting lineup output. You start 9 total players. So frankly, we're going to be starting a combined 6 running backs, wide receivers every week, 2 quarterbacks. So tight end there is just frankly not going to be very important at all. Now we are 3-0. We've also scored 530 points, which puts us at the number 1 spot in the league analyzer. At quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts, QB1. Super excited to see it. Obviously, we can say with confidence that Jalen Hurts is a must-start QB1 every single week. Mahomes, QB2, very exciting here as well. I think he'd be the QB1 for a lot of people. So quarterback, we're in a really good spot. Now, of course, with that being said, I mean, if you were able to go over to the waiver wire and if you were able to pick up a third quarterback, it would be interesting. You have Michael Penix, Trevor Lawrence, JJ McCarthy all out there right now. I think Kayshon Boutte is going to be someone that frankly just never hits your starting lineup. You have like Keenan Allen as your wide receiver 5. So I would go ahead. I would cut Kayshon Boutte. I mean, if you just pull up these stats on flockfantasy.com, you'll see that he's actually only had a total of 3 receptions and 4 targets over the past 2 weeks. So the volume's not there. So I would either cut Boutte. I would pick up your call between Michael Penix, Lawrence. And if this is true where DeAndre Swift and RJ Harvey are actually both out there on the waiver wire, I think it'd be a very easy spot for me to tell you, let's also cut Keon Coleman for you to be able to go through and pick up one of these running backs. My preference would be DeAndre Swift. But if it's RJ Harvey that you end up getting instead, that'd be perfectly fine. It's not like we necessarily need a running back. Like we have Taylor, we have Judkins. We can be very confidently starting both these running backs every week. More so, it's just, oh, okay, well, if you pick up DeAndre Swift, Swift can be a flex play well before Keon Coleman or Kayshon Boutte would be. Wide receiver, we have JSN, Garrett Wilson in the lineup every week. We have Rashee Rice here in the long term. We have Olave, Keenan as potential flex plays right now. And then we have Addison coming in to give us some depth. We have Ayuk for the long-term appeal. And then going over to running back, we have tight end, we have Dalton Kincaid. So I'm going to be honest with you, Chief. This is a phenomenal team. You're 3-0 for a reason. I think that all you realistically need to do is just some waiver wire pivots. Like if I'm looking at this, cut Kayshon Boutte, cut Keon Coleman, for sure pick up DeAndre Swift. If you wanted to get a third quarterback, get a third quarterback. If not, pick up RJ Harvey as well. Build out that running back room after we lost James Conner. And then I would just wait because you're 3-0, so you can afford to wait and afford for like the rookies to get better like Quinshawn. And then also afford for Rashee Rice to come back from his suspension. Then all of a sudden give us an additional wide receiver 1. And then maybe once that happens, like 3-4 weeks from now, when actually you have Rashee Rice back here as a viable option, then at that point, if you wanted to go ahead and send a wide receiver with Dalton Kincaid to go get an upgrade at tight end, by all means, go for it. But you just don't necessarily need to be looking at doing anything like that right now. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And like I said, I went ahead and sent you over those free questions as well. So if there's anything that you want me to follow up here, I'd be super happy to. But frankly, I mean, you're number 1 in your league in total points scored, while at the same time, you're top 3 in current value on the roster, despite losing James Conner. And then honestly, I think that the league analyzer is probably going to bump you to the 1 spot once you just drop Boutte, drop Keon, pick up Swift, Harvey, or possibly the third QB. But let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be from Negatron. Says, hey Mason, how can we improve? I'm 2-1. We got the dub this week and it's a non-PPR format. We'll try and get Goddard from the waiver wire if possible. One of the teams, Farza, wanted Kyle Monangai. Should I send Evans and him for Judkins and possibly somebody else? Any suggestions? So in general, those players like Kyle Monangai that are on the bottom end of your roster, the bottom end of your bench, if you are ever able to sell them for value, like if you have Tyler Algier and the Bijan Robinson owners willing to actually go out there and send you something nice for them, you go ahead and you sell them immediately. Like the bottom player on my bench right now is probably Stephon Diggs. If someone approached me wanting Stephon Diggs and was willing to make a deal where they give me the best player and I give them Diggs and like somebody that's currently in my flex, I would send them in a heartbeat. Now, God dang. But looking at where we are third in the league analyzer right now, 2-1. We've scored 287 points. So in terms of total points scored, we are right in the middle of this league so far. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Now, one thing that we need to discuss here is the fact that with it being a non-PPR league, typically we're not going to want to have a wide receiver in our flex spot. And at the same time, we are going to want to have an elite quarterback. The reason being non-PPR formats, you are just naturally going to see running backs, wide receivers, tight ends score a ridiculously fewer points than they would in a full PPR league. And Josh Allen's going to continue to score the same amount of points regardless. So as we look at what we have here with Josh Allen, obviously he gives you a massive advantage in just a regular fantasy football league like mine that's a full PPR double flex league. But in a non-PPR league with only a single flex, like Josh Allen's just going to be insane for the value that he's going to give you. Like there are going to be some weeks where he goes out there and he accounts for 35, 40% of your starting lineup output weekly. And you could just straight up win your week only because of Josh Allen. Now going over and looking at what we have at running back, typically going to be a lot more important here. The elite running backs are going to outscore the elite wide receivers by a dramatic amount. And then also in general, the running back position is going to be a more viable flex play in a non-PPR league as opposed to wide receiver. CMC, a lot of the value you get is frankly what he's able to do as a receiver. Like full PPR, give me McCaffrey over Jonathan Taylor. Non-PPR format though, Taylor's going to be running laps around CMC. RB2, we have RJ Harvey. Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt's banged up at the moment. We really don't have much running back depth here whatsoever. Going over and looking at what we have at receiver, we have Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, Mike Evans. We lost Evans, so like we have Pittman in the flex spot right now, which is honestly just very, very bad in a non-PPR league. So if we were looking at what we could potentially do waiver wire wise with this, I mean, Dermicado, I would probably cut for Tank Bigsby. I understand the thought process with the injury to James Conner, but frankly, if I'm looking at Bigsby, I think if you were to get an injury to Saquon Barkley, Bigsby could be a league winner where I don't know if Amari Dermicado ever has that kind of upside. And nobody else on the waiver wire looks interesting. I know Jerome Ford's going to have a role in Cleveland, but at the end of the day with Ford, you're looking at a running back that's primarily just going to get used as a receiver anyway. Now, going over and looking at what we have at wide receiver on waivers, you have Josh Downs. Josh Downs in a full PPR format could potentially be intriguing, but in a non-PPR league, who cares? And then tight end like Dallas Goedert's out there. Again, tight end's going to make up such a small percentage of your lineup output weekly. So here's what I would like to do. Like if you're able to send Mike Evans and Kyle Monangai and go get a running back too, by all means, let's go for it. But yeah, in general, when we are selling Mike Evans here, I'm not necessarily wanting to look at us getting back another wide receiver. If anything, I think it's a problem that we're built around this many receivers and we don't have a second viable running back. Now, the one thing that's saving us here is the fact that we are 2-1. So we can't afford to wait for the rookies to break out, whether that's going to be RJ Harvey, whether that's going to be Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. Like if you were a 1-2 team, if you were 0-3, I would say, you know what? You actually probably need to sell these rookies to just go get somebody that's going to produce right this second. But since you're 2-1, I think you just kind of leave this as is. You let yourself have the flexibility for the long-term value of these rookies breaking out. But if you wanted to sell Mike Evans and Calvin Ungai and go get a running back upgrade, let's do it. But I really like that we have Josh Allen here in a non-PPR league. Well, let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you wanted to follow up with. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you, my friend. Now, let me move this over to our next question. This next one's going to be from Cryptic Gob. Says, I'm feeling okay about my team. Thanks for all the content. What do you think I should do? I'm thinking of trading JD and getting more running back depth. Help me, please. So we are the Benchwarmers. We are currently 1-2, but we are first in this league in value. However, we've only scored 319 points. So we are at the third worst spot with total points scored. Now, if you are selling Jaden Daniels, like, it's not the worst thing in the world because I guess you are in a spot in which it's a 12-team format where you can start up to 6 running backs, receivers weekly. Like, it's a start 8 format, only starting 1 quarterback, 1 tight end, of course. So, like, the running back and wide receiver depth does matter somewhat here. So, like, it's not as easy to just exploit the league settings and say, oh, yeah, let's go and get an elite level quarterback as it would be in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. But I don't necessarily know if, like, running back depth's your number one priority. Like, you have the number 1 running back in fantasy with CMC in a full PPR format. Then on top of that, we go ahead and look at the fact that Breece Hall's a capable RB2. It's not like Byshell 2, Nick Chubb, Blake Corum's a bad bench. Over at wide receiver, we have Neighbors, Metcalf as guys that we can start right now. We have Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy in the long term. So if you wanted to sell Daniels, I'm okay with it, mainly because there's Kyler Murray out there on the waiver wire. So if you sold Daniels, you got an additional player that we could jam into the flex. Then cool, but you'd want to pick up Kyler Murray. You'd want to play the matchups with him and Bo Nix weekly. I don't necessarily know if, like, running back would be the thing that we are looking at. I think you'd shouldn't really discriminate there. If it's a running back or a wide receiver, you're really just looking for an additional skill positional player to go into the flex spot anyway. I think long-term, your team's going to be completely fine because long-term, Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy are going to be good to help us here. Like, it does look like Xavier Worthy is actually at practice looking like he may play. So if Worthy's going to be playing here, then realistically, you actually have, an okay amount of depth at the skill positions. There's plenty of depth down there on the waiver wire as well. I would cut Blake Corum. I'd pick up Jerry Jeudy. So when we're looking at the options on waivers, being like Jerry Jeudy, Rachaad White, Josh Downs, Woody Marks, I do think that you actually have enough here at wide receiver on waivers with Jeudy that you're always going to have somebody that you could pick up and have as a desperation flex, where Jaden Daniels isn't going to be somebody that we need to sell. I mean, if the thing is, if you were selling Daniels, I'm kind of assuming that you're actually going to be selling him at a discount in comparison to where his value should be, of course. Now, looking at where this team should move, like, maybe the trade should actually hinge on Rashee Rice or Xavier Worthy. Because the concern with this team, right, is we have plenty of long-term value. But if we have Rice and Worthy both out at the same time, and we are 1-2, where we can't just afford to wait for long-term value, it may make sense for you to go out there and try to sell Xavier Worthy right now and get somebody like George Pickens, get somebody like Garrett Wilson, because then at that point you are able to dig yourself out of the hole and you still have plenty of long-term upside. So I think that would be my play before selling Jaden Daniels? Well, I think Rashee Rice is a great value, and I'm actually trying to trade for him on my own fantasy football team where I'm 3-0. If you're 1-2 and you are feeling the lack of depth, I think selling Rice may not be the worst thing. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much. Let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you wanted to follow up with for us. Yeah, I'd be super happy to try to help you out with anything there. Now, this next question is going to be from Fantasy is Rigged. Says, just traded Mason away for Tyreek. I'm 1-2. Thinking of trading Jacobs and Pearsall for Lamar and Golden. Should we go for that? Or I was offered Daniels and Pittman for Amari and Hampton. What are your thoughts? Thanks, Mason. Okay. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So 1-2, I don't necessarily love the idea of trading for the long-term pieces. So if we were looking at this, I think maybe Daniels wouldn't be the play that we would want to be going after. Because if he isn't fully healthy, I mean, we are 5th in the league analyzer in terms of value. We are 3rd to last in terms of points scored, though. It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Realistically, like, quarterback's going to make up a very high percentage of your starting lineup output weekly. So I don't mind whatsoever you going out there and you making the trade for us to get the elite quarterback like Lamar Jackson. Now, obviously, it's just going to come down to what that price is. So if you were to sell Jacobs and Pearsall for Lamar, I know you're getting Golden back, but realistically, it's not like you're starting Golden anytime soon here, right? So if you sell Jacobs and Pearsall for Lamar, then afterwards at running back, you have Hampton, Genty, Scat. So plenty of production at running back. It's not like that's a big concern. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, Marv. So we have plenty of depth here as well in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So I think that is a completely fair price point for Lamar Jackson. I actually think that you could go for that. But what I would probably prefer doing, if possible, is prefer sending Jared Goff and Josh Jacobs instead of Pearsall and Jacobs. Because if we have Lamar, then obviously Goff and Love are meaningless for us. So if you could go like Goff and Jacobs for Lamar, even if they keep Matthew Golden, I think that would be better. And then if we weren't going to make that specific move, I like the idea of us going through and selling a running back. Because we have plenty of skill positional depth. Again, this is a league in which you can only start a combined 5 running backs and receivers. And we go ahead and we look at the amount of running backs and receivers that we have that are startable. We have 4 running backs and we have 4 receivers. So we have 8. So we have the expendable depth. So if you weren't going to make the play for the elite quarterback, I think the other play that we would make would be for the elite tight ends. Now, TJ Hawkinson, obviously strong week this past week. One of the reasons that we ended up winning ourselves. He was 4th at tight end of the week. The volume wasn't crazy. He only had 6 targets, but he did have the receiving touchdown, which is obviously nice. But if you could go through and instead send like Josh Jacobs and TJ Hawkinson and get Trey McBride, if you felt comfortable with your running back room afterwards, I think that would be an interesting pivot. Or if you wanted to go with like Ashton Genty and TJ Hawkinson and try to get to, I would way rather send Genty and Hawk for McBride. I'd way rather send Genty and Hawk for Brock Bowers. You could try going like Scat and Hawk for Tyler Warren, Scat and Hawk for Jake Ferguson as well with the injury to CeeDee Lamb. Obviously, we could say like wide receivers expendable as well. Just the reason that I'm specifically pointing out selling one of the running backs is it's going to be easier for us to find somebody to buy a running back as opposed to buy a wide receiver. Just from a team need perspective, right? Looking at the options that are available to us on the waiver wire at the moment, it's not really anything to write home about. It's not like we're going out of our way and we are dropping anybody on our team. Like your team realistically is very strong. Like the worst player on the bottom end of your bench is probably Jordan Love, which of course, if we can go through and if we can drop Jordan Love, let's go ahead and make that move. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if you traded for Lamar Jackson, it's not going to matter. So I would try to do the Lamar deal. I would try to sell a running back, but instead of selling Pearsall with it, I'll try to sell Goff. And then to follow up with that, if you cannot get the Lamar deal, I think you pivot over and you try to sell a different running back potentially for an elite tight end in the combo with TJ Hawkinson. But I really appreciate you, and let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with. And also, it looks like we hit 200 likes on the stream as well. So let's send some people in the chat some free questions too. So we send out a ton of free questions every single live stream. Again, all you got to do to get free questions will be to drop a like on the live stream, be subscribed to the channel. I'm not going to miss a single day of answering fantasy football questions and reviewing your fantasy teams. And then lastly, of course, drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll go ahead and we'll pick some of y'all to win. But let me move over real quick and pull up the users page that I have on the site. That way, after we pick some winners, we can send y'all some free questions. And I will just explain real quick how the site questions are set up at the moment. So obviously, sometimes you can purchase site questions. The majority of times, though, we are just going to have them available with the free vouchers, where if you got the season pass with code FLOCK, if you're an annual mother flocker with code FLOCK, or if you win a free voucher in the live chat, you should be able to send in a question on the site for free. Every once in a while, we'll have them where you can buy them, but for now, they are closed. You can't buy any questions on the site, at least from me. You can buy questions to have other fantasy football creators answer them, but not me at the moment. We just are too backed up, to be honest. But let's go ahead and let's send out some free questions. We got Walt Keel. See if I can find you. Just found you, my friend, and just sent you over a free trade question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. And let's send one out as well to Mies45. Actually, I cannot find you, my guy. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you signed up. So if you didn't use code FLOCK, I would just go ahead and add that to your account page. That way, next time I search you, I can find you. I can only find you on my users page if you use code FLOCK. Bruno Flock just found you and just sent you over a free trade question as well. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this stream. But let's move this over. Let's get through some more team reviews, and then we'll go ahead and pivot over to the quicker questions. This one's going to be from Angel Ludis. This is Pawn Shop Udis. We are in a 10-team start 8 half PPR format. We are currently 1-2. We are third to last in terms of value on our team according to the league analyzer. We are dead last according to points scored. So in this scenario, we're 1-2. We've scored the fewest amount of points in our league. I am getting ready to tell you, sell all future value. You need points in this starting lineup right now. So according to the league analyzer, we have the most valuable quarterback room with Josh Allen. We have the fourth most valuable running back room with Gibbs, Kamara, Sharps. We have the 10th most valuable wide receiver room, so we're dead last, which I'm the same exact way in my league, to be honest with you, my guy. We have T. Higgins as our wide receiver 1 in a 10-team league. That's gross. We have Xavier Worthy as our wide receiver 2 in a 10-team league. That's gross. Jerry Jeudy wide receiver 3 in a 10-team league. That's gross. And then Cooper Kupp as our wide receiver 5. And then going over and looking at what we have with tight ends, we have George Kittle. And we have Juwan Johnson. I'm sorry, Chief, this is a bad team. 12-team format, maybe we can justify it. 10-team league, this is no bueno. I think to make it better right this second, you have some very easy waiver wire pivots you can make. I think you drop Woody Marks, you drop Kareem Hunt, and you pick up the combination of Rachaad White and Ramondre Stevenson. I think you drop Cooper Kupp You pick up Josh Downs. I kind of want to tell you to pick up another running back here, but to be honest with you, like, we just frankly need to go through it instead. We need to optimize to get some players in the starting lineup right this second. So I can't tell you to pick up Aaron Jones. And then here's what you got to do. Like, you actually have to make a trade on your team. You have to sell George Kittle. Don't get me wrong. I think Kittle is set up to absolutely crush. I think if you sell George Kittle right now, you're probably doing so at a loss, and it absolutely sucks. But you need points in the lineup. We need an upgrade at wide receiver. Juwan Johnson's startable. So I think you take Kittle and package him with a wide receiver to get a wide receiver upgrade somewhere. Let's go through and let's see what teams could use a tight end. This team could use a tight end. Let's try sending them George Kittle and T. Higgins. I'm going to send an offer to Nico Collins and to get Nico or Jefferson. They're going to decline. This team is Ferg. They're probably fine. This team is Zach Ertz. Can we offer them George Kittle and Xavier Worthy for Romadunse? George Kittle and Xavier Worthy for London. George Kittle and T. Higgins for London. George Kittle and Jerry Jeudy for Sutton. This team has 1,000 wide receivers. They can afford to give us one, and Kittle would be a significant upgrade for them in the long term. This team's rolling with Kelsey. Can we try sending them George Kittle and Jerry Jeudy for Zay Flowers? This team is Laporta. Maybe they're fed up with it. Can we try sending them Kittle for Marv? Obviously, I'll send an offer over of T. Higgins and George Kittle in a combo for JSN or Chase, expecting them to reject. But you need to go out there and you need to send out 10 different offers for us to upgrade at wide receiver by selling George Kittle. I don't think that there's really anything else for us to discuss other than the waiver wire swaps, the George Kittle trade. But I think you have to do that, to be honest. But let me go ahead and send you over some free questions. Really appreciate you supporting the channel and hanging out with us, my guy. And it does look like we need to send out some more free questions in the chat as well. Looks like we just hit 300 likes on the stream. So next question we're going to answer will be for Joe Bryant. But first, let me send out some free questions in the chat. And again, all you got to do to get those free questions that we're giving away every single day will be drop a like on the stream, be subscribed to the channel, and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Again, completely free to have an account on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set it up with code FLOCK. That way, if you win a free question, I can find you and send that over through my users page. So let me pull that page back up. Let me find someone real quick. We got Banana Frags. Let's send this over. Banana. Yeah, I can't find you, my guy. I don't know if you use code FLOCK when you set up your account. If not, you can add that to your account page. Let's go. Hillberry3 just found you and just sent you over that free trade question. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. Okay. Let's move this over. And hopefully we can get through enough of these questions where we're able to turn back on the ability for y'all to buy questions. But again, we're just very far behind. So right now you will need a free question voucher to send something in. But this one from Joe Bryant says, just traded Genty and DJ Moore for Justin Jefferson. I like it a lot. Was that a good deal? Anything else we can do to improve the team? We are currently third in this league in value. It's a league where depth does matter. 12 teams start 8 format, so you can start up to a combined 6 running backs and receivers weekly. Looking at our roster, we've scored 300 points, so we are actually near the bottom of the league in points scored, while at the same time, we are 1-2. Now, looking at this team specifically, starting at quarterback, we have Caleb Williams. I would say in general that Caleb Williams is not in the tier of quarterbacks that will be a no-brainer start. Regardless of matchup, you are good to just jam them in. I would say that you probably want to go ahead and you probably want to roster 2 QBs, to be honest. So I would be willing to go out there and pick up Dak Prescott or Justin Fields. Obviously, some of this comes down to what you have with the Justin Fields concussion stuff. Dak Prescott's less appealing given the fact that you don't have his top weapon for him now. But the issue you're going to run into will be that I guess there's one easy drop, and that easy drop would be Miles Sanders. But then we go over and we look at what we have available to us at running back. And the waiver wire is pretty barren. Now, I will say with that, I hope I'm wrong here. I drafted way more Miles Sanders in best ball drafts than I drafted Isaiah Pacheco. It's not like I'm some big Pacheco fanboy. Pacheco looks like a bum. But technically, Pacheco is playing the majority of the snaps for the Kansas City Chiefs right now. He's played at least 50% of the snaps in 3 straight weeks for KC. So I would rather have Pacheco over Miles Sanders, even if he looks like the worst running back in the NFL. So drop Miles Sanders, pick up Isaiah Pacheco. I think you would do that before you'd pick up another quarterback. Okay. Now, looking at what we have at wide receiver. Best option on the waiver wire is Mooney. It's a league in which wide receiver depth matters because you can start 4 of them weekly. We have Jefferson, Tyreek, Myers, Godwin, Waddle. And it looks like we are getting Godwin back in. Godwin did get the full practice in today, so you should be excited about that. Going over to tight end, we have the combo of Hunter Henry, Zach Ertz. Completely fine rostering 2 tight ends there riding the hot hand. And obviously, it's not like we'd expect us to be able to sell either tight end for a tremendous amount of value. So you're just kind of stuck with this as is. So I think the first thing I do is cut Miles Sanders, pick up Isaiah Pacheco. The second thing I do is probably nothing, like to be honest with you, as we'll have the 2 anchor running backs with Barkley, Derrick Henry. Wide receiver, we need to project to start 4 of these weekly. We're starting Jefferson, Tyreek, Jacoby, and then like Waddle for now, Godwin for the long term. But even when Godwin's in here, we're not necessarily expecting us to be able to go through and all of a sudden like just immediately jam Godwin, and then we will need the additional wide receiver to get through the bye weeks. So I would like to have 5 startable wide receivers. Stephon Diggs hasn't showed us that he's startable at all. I think Diggs gives us one more horrendous week, right? And this is something I'm dealing with myself because I'm playing in the same exact format. I have Stephon Diggs in the bottom end of my roster as well. Diggs gives us one more week where he doesn't score 10 fantasy points and he plays like 50% of the snaps. Like, you could go through and you could drop Stephon Diggs and pick up the quarterback that way with either Dak or Fields. On the flip side of that, if you do get Jalen Waddle if you get Chris Godwin, Stephon Diggs over the next 1 to 2 weeks, really breaking out and turning into guys that we're excited to start every single week going into the future, then at that point, you would actually have the expendable wide receiver value where you could actually just trade one of these receivers with Caleb Williams to go get an upgrade at quarterback. But frankly, you're just not going to be able to do that right now. You are going to have to wait a little bit of time on that. But I don't think there's anything else that I would look to do here, to be honest with you. I think that it's that one small waiver wire pivot and then monitor the wide receiver position to see where we're at in the coming weeks. I'd say if this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, then maybe we could afford to go out there and cut Diggs and pick up the quarterback right now. But your league, like I said, this is very similar to mine. The depth's actually going to matter at those positions. But really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. And let me send you over some free questions real quick, just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with here. And it looks like we had 400 likes in the chat, so we are going to have to go through and send away some free questions in the chat as well. So again, all y'all, if y'all want some free questions, all you got to do, stupid simple. We send out a ton of free questions every single stream. I live stream every single day. And I promise you I won't miss one. Most of the questions we answer on the stream are actually free. You just got to drop a like, be subscribed to the channel, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Completely free to have an account on flockfantasy.com. I would say set it up with code FLOCK if you were wanting me to be able to send you some free questions, because that's the only way I can find you on my account page. Okay. But let's send this over to Metallic Sideboard. Metallic. Okay. Ooh, I'm looking at the wrong thing here, my friend. Let's try this one more time. Metallic. I have Metallic Scrap, no Metallic Sideboard. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you set up your account. If you didn't, you can add it to your account page if you haven't used the code before. Let's send this over to Jacoby 1313. Cannot find you either, my friend. I'd copy and paste the same thing I told the guy before. Let's look this over for Jeeton7. Jeeton, just found you. Just sent you over a free trade question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. Now, Opium says, Yo, Mason, got really lucky on craft hitting this year. A little concerned on his injury and if it will affect him in the long run. Any thoughts on who to trade, or am I good to stay with what we got? So this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So the tight end position is actually going to matter here. We'll make up a nice little percentage of your starting lineup output. We are first in the league when it comes to value right now. We're first in the league when it comes to total points. We're first in the league with our record at 3-0. So I'm expecting this to be a juggernaut roster, and it is. Wide receiver, we are starting Amon-Ra St. Brown, wide receiver 1. So we have a better wide receiver 1 than almost anybody else in our league. We have Malik Neighbors, wide receiver 2. So we have a better wide receiver 2 than anybody else in our league. We have Jackson Smith-Njigba, wide receiver 3. So we have a better flex play than anybody else in our league. Looking at running back, we have 4 viable RBs with Hampton, Judkins, Jordan Mason, Tony Pollard. We have J-Mo, Quentin Johnston on the bench. So if we were to look at what this team wants to do here, I mean, there's no reason for us to not have an elite quarterback. There's no reason for us to not have the elite tight end. Again, like if we could go ahead and if we could get some value from one of these running backs that we're not particularly going to need to start. Like Quinshon Judkins doesn't hit your starting lineup here. You're starting Hampton, you're starting Jordan Mason. Tony Pollard's not hitting your starting lineup. If we could find a team that needs running back, and if you could potentially try to send them the combination of like Quinshon Judkins and Tucker Kraft to get to Brock Bowers, to get to Trey McBride, let's go for it. Your starting lineup's not going to, like, your running back's not going to hurt. Flex isn't going to hurt. If you wanted to try to send Amari and Hampton and Baker Mayfield to get to Lamar Jackson, to get to Josh Allen, let's go for it. Obviously, Jamison Williams is an expendable piece, and I would way rather sell Jamison than one of the running backs. But the fact here is we don't really need either position. And with all the teams that I look at and with all the trades that I look at, realistically, you will be able to get something by selling one of the running backs, and you're not going to be able to get something by selling one of the receivers. So I would just simply try to go ahead, sell one of the running backs, get an upgrade to an elite onesie. And I don't think there's anything else to say. You clearly have the best team in this league. You have JSN in your flex. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way, my guy. And this next team we're going to look at is going to be from Austin, but it does look like we had 500 likes on the stream, so we need to go through. We need to send out some more free questions in the chat. Again, all you got to do to get those free questions is be subscribed to the channel, drop a like on this live stream, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll go ahead and we'll send out some free questions. Okay. Let's go ahead, and this is going to be for Austin. Says, hey, Mason, I'm currently 0-3 and don't know what to do. When I drafted my team, I was number 1 in the power rankings by far. It wasn't even close, hard to trade, so it feels like I have a good team, but I keep losing. Please help. So we are down to 3rd in the league analyzer in terms of value. We are 2nd to last in terms of points. So here's going to be my assumption with your team. Obviously, I've not looked at your team. I've not seen anything. If we have a lot of value, but we are not scoring points, I'm going to assume that we either have injured players coming into the season, suspended players coming into the season, or we're rocking with a decent amount of rookies right now. But that's what I'm thinking. Here, before I even reveal which of it is, let me go ahead and send out some free questions. Let's send this over to Sparkster. Sparkster, there are 2 different accounts with this username. I'm going to send it over to the one that was created on September 8th, 2025. Okay, and let's see this team here. Looks like we drafted a bunch of rookies, and that's why we have not performed well, or we have not scored points. At running back, we have Ginty, we have Judkins, we have RJ Harvey. So we have 3 running backs to give a tremendous amount of long-term value, but at the same time, they're not really producing. At least they haven't up until this point. Now, obviously, you have reasons to believe with all these different running backs that they're going to be in a really good spot. And then we also have the CeeDee Lamb injury. We also have the Jaden Daniels injury. So a bunch of different things to say with your team. 0-3, you cannot think about long-term upside. What you need to think about is you need to think about how do we get points into your starting lineup right now. So with that in mind, you're 0-3. Can we sell RJ Harvey? RJ Harvey is going to be a difficult sell because he's never produced, and I don't see anybody that's excited about the possibility of that happening anytime soon. But you know who we could probably sell? CeeDee Lamb. If you're 0-3, you need to be moving off of CeeDee Lamb for a wide receiver that maybe points per game wise won't be super exciting rest of season in comparison, but we'll definitely at least be playing here. So if we're going to go ahead and we're going to sell Lamb, like what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to sell CeeDee Lamb and RJ Harvey in a 2-for-1 deal. Can we get Nico Collins? Because if you can get Nico Collins, then obviously, like, you can make an argument that CeeDee Lamb outscores Nico points per game. But it doesn't matter what CeeDee Lamb does from weeks 8 onwards. You need to start winning games right this second. So I'm going to send RJ Harvey and CeeDee Lamb, Quinshon Judkins, and CeeDee Lamb, and get the best wide receiver you possibly can. Obviously, I would love a player like Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jefferson, Chase, just absolutely anybody there. Now, going over and looking at what we have with the waiver wire. Trey Benson on the waiver wire is a crime. Like right this second, you need to go through and you need to drop Brian Robinson and you need to pick up Trey Benson. Obviously, if you make that 2-for-1 deal where you end up selling like RJ Harvey and CeeDee Lamb and you're able to go and get a significant upgrade to a wide receiver that's producing right now, then cool. You're going to open up a roster spot where we can pick up another one of these names for free. You can go get somebody like Stephon Diggs for free. Now, another thing that I would consider doing here as well is if this Jaden Daniels injury lingers and it looks like Daniels isn't going to play this week, again, you need to start winning games right now. We can't think about the long-term upside with Daniels. It's a league in which you only start 2 receivers in a flex. So I would go ahead and I would look to try to send another one of these running backs like Quinshon Judkins, Or could you sell Judkins and Jaden Daniels to get to Lamar? Judkins and Daniels to get to Josh Allen. Your team's not going to miss Judkins and RJR. You have Jinty, Kamara, and Chuba anyway. We have the elite tight end with Bowers. Bowers had the knee injury, so he has been a little bit disappointing so far, but I do still believe in Bowers to be a top 2 tight end in the long run here. Brian Thomas has obviously been horrendous, but I don't think anybody's going to be buying Brian Thomas from you. I think that you're just kind of going to be stuck with him. But I think that's all I got for you. I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. But yeah, again, drop Brian Robinson, pick up Benson right now. Go try to send RGRV and CeeDee Lamb, get the best wide receiver you can, and try to pivot from Judkins and Daniels to get to Allen, to get to Lamar. Use some of this running back depth to get some points in your lineup right this second. But let me go ahead and let's send this over to our next question here. This is going to be from JPL. Says, not sure if there are any upgrades that I can make here or even need to make, but any advice would be helpful. One of the trades I'm looking at is something for Hampton. Any advice there would be great. My general advice is if you have Hampton, you keep Hampton. But we are currently, I don't have a Chubb. We are first in the league in value, first in the league in record, first in the league in points scored. So I'm going to assume you don't have Amari in Hampton. Yeah, we don't have Hampton. So here's the thing if we are looking at what we have with, say, like Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason, elite RB1 over the next month. A player that we are extremely excited about. But eventually when Aaron Jones does come back, while I'd expect Jordan Mason to be the running back 1 in Minnesota, I would expect him to also be in a committee there with Aaron Jones. So what I would probably look at doing is if you're 3-0, number 1 in your league, I would try to sell Jordan Mason. I would try to sell Tony Pollard. And I would try to go out there and get some running backs that we think will get better over time. So Amari Hampton's one of those perfect examples of a running back that should get better over time. So if you could send like Jordan Mason and Tony Pollard to get Amari Hampton, by all means, let's go for it. Could you sell Jordan Mason and Caleb Williams to go get to an elite quarterback? To go get to Daniels, to go get to Hurts, to go get to Allen, to go get to Lamar? It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. We already have Trey McBride, which obviously we are very excited about that. We have JSN, we have Rome, we have Ted, so we have 3 wide receivers we can slam every single week. So I like the idea of your team trading for Amari Hampton. I like the idea of your team trading in general Jordan Mason and or Tony Pollard to get upgrades here. Thinking about what else we could look at doing. Obviously, we would be holding on to Godwin. Quentin Johnston, you could throw in one of those deals if it gets it done. Like if you offer Jordan Mason and Pollard for Amari Hampton, he's like, oh, it's really close. Throw in Quentin Johnston if it will complete the deal for you. Because it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league again, so the depth's not going to matter much. And we have the absolute hammers at wide receiver to fill out our flex spot. We have the elite tight end. So you want to go out, you want to get an elite quarterback, or you want to upgrade long-term at running back. But obviously, you're the number 1 team in your league, both in record, points for, value, number 1 team in your league in a lot of things. So you don't have to do anything, but I probably would. But let me send you over some free questions. And whenever I say I would do something, I'm going to try to take advantage of one of those teams that really need some running back production right now where we just simply don't. So obviously we're not giving a discount to anybody. You're in the position of power. If the status quo remains, you keep winning games, right? But yeah, send you over those free questions. So if there's anything that you want to follow up with, I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. But it looks like we did just hit 600 likes in the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions in the chat as well. Again, all you got to do to get those free questions in the chat is going to be drop a like on the live stream, be subscribed to the channel, and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chats. Again, most of the questions we answer in these live streams are the free ones. And it's completely free to have an account on the site. Just make sure you use code FLOCK when you set it up. That way, if you win one of those questions in the chat, I can find you on my account page when I go to send it to you. But let me refresh this. Okay. Let's send this over to Swole. Hopefully I can find you, my friends. Swole just found you and just sent you over that free trade question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. And please chat, let me know when we hit 700 and we'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. But Connor, I'm going to send you over some free questions just before I forget. It says, I'm currently 1-2 in my next week's matchup as somebody who just traded for Jamar and has a super team. Expecting to be 1-3, do I trade CD or sit on my hands and try to sneak a win before Lamb returns? So I would say in general, a team that's 1-2, a team that's looking like they may fall to 1-3, you may be in a position in which you need to sell Lamb. Now, obviously it's going to be very dependent on your exact roster. Pulling up your team here, it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So the depth at the skill positions is not going to matter too much. We are going to be incentivized to have the elite quarterback. We are going to be incentivized to have the elite tight end. Really love having Josh Allen. Really love having Tucker Kraft. Right now, our starting lineup at running backs, probably Chase Brown, Jordan Mason. We have Trey Benson in a flex. And we have Ladd and Marvin Harrison at wide receiver. So is it the worst team in the league? No, not at all. I actually think that it's a really strong team now at running back. But you do have some expendable running back value. Like specifically RJ Harvey. I think he is a player that has a lot of long-term upside still. And I've been thinking on my 3-0 roster that I actually should go out there and I should actually send an offer for RJ Harvey. But if you are 1-2 and you're sitting with Harvey and CeeDee Lamb, and we really need to be in a spot in which we are winning games, and RJ Harvey's your running back 4, you have no problem whatsoever, I would probably look to make a play. I would probably try to sell the combination of RJ Harvey and CeeDee Lamb to get to a different elite level wide receiver that's actually healthy at the moment. So if you could go through and if you could sell Harvey and Lamb and get to Jefferson, get to Chase, get to Nico Collins, get to one of those wide receivers that if we were to redraft right now, they would be going in the middle of the second round, the beginning of the second round. I think that would be the ideal play for this team, because then in that case, you still have an elite wide receiver 1. You still have Ladd at wide receiver 2. You have Chase Brown, Jordan Mason, Trey Benson that we're playing every week. You have the elite tight end with Allen, Tucker Kraft, super exciting. You have an open roster spot where we can pick up Jerry Jeudy for free. So I think on a 1-2 team like yours, you are incentivized where if you could package together RJ Harvey and CeeDee Lamb and make a deal where we stay in this league, we do not fall behind dramatically, I think that's the pivot that I would want to make. But let me make sure that I sent you over some of those free questions. Yes, sir, I did. So if there's anything that you want to follow up with this team, I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. And is this the team you were saying? Which team were you saying has a juggernaut? This team? Yeah, they got Taylor. Yeah, that team's pretty damn good. Okay, let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be Branda Cuss. Says 3-0, but I could use an upgrade at running back 2. I tried shopping Mahomes and a wide receiver to upgrade, but nobody has any interest. Should I sell performing pieces to those that need it for future upside? Or should I ride with what we have? Thanks for the informative content. Really appreciate you, my guy. I'm really excited to check this out. So we are currently second in this league with value. This is a league in which you can start up to 6 skill positional names weekly. So we have Taylor, Jalen Warren at running back. We have Jefferson, JSN at wide receiver. We have Pickens and we have Flowers in the flex spots. So if you were in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I'd say, you know what? Yeah, you have the expendable value. You can actually go through and you can actually sell one of these wide receivers that we're not really going to ever use. We can go get an upgrade there at running back 2 over Jalen Warren in the long term. But man, I mean, you're in a spot where you need, say, Flowers at wide receiver. I mean, at the second flex. We need George Pickens in one of those flex spots. So if you were to go through and if you were to actually sell Zay Flowers, if you were to sell George Pickens, and go get an upgrade at running back 2, then all of a sudden, sure, our running back 2 slot's stronger, but we just filled one hole by creating another. Like all of a sudden you would have just created a hole at wide receiver 2 where you're having to just go through and put Josh Downs in. And that's under the assumption that we're not dealing with a bye week. That's under the assumption that our team stays fully healthy and we have no injuries that we have to consider. So I think the way that I go about this is I am not trying to make some dramatic trade where we swing Pickens and Jalen Warren for a better running back, or Zay Flowers and Jalen Warren for a better RB2. Because again, you have multiple flex spots in your league, so there the depth is going to matter. I think the play, like you've already said, is can we sell a quarterback? Now, I know that you said that nobody has interest for Patrick Mahomes, and I completely understand us going through and us saying like, hey, clearly Mahomes is the guy that we want to sell. Clearly I want to roll with Justin Herbert, and that's the player I want to start going into the future. But you may need to ask yourself, like, what is the difference in value? Like, what's the gap that we have here? Because realistically, if you could go through and if you could sell Justin Herbert and Jalen Warren to go get to a running back that you're very excited about long-term. Like, one thing that you're going to have to do, of course, is we're going to have to go ahead. We're going to have to look at the teams that really need some help at quarterback. And hopefully I'm still with y'all. I don't know what just happened there. But we're going to have to go through. We're going to have to check out the teams that need help at QB. Like this team is Drake May. Are they interested in making an upgrade? Can you sell them Justin Herbert and Jalen Warren for Amari and Hampton? This team has Bo Nix. Can you sell them Jalen Warren and Justin Herbert for Derrick Henry, Bucky Irving? Either of those would be an absolute no-brainer. Now, of course, you have to also consider what happens if they ask for to send you Brees instead. That'll be a judgment call on you. This team is Kyron. Could you try to send Justin Herbert and Jalen Warren for Kyron Williams? Like if they're QB1 stack. And then you just go ahead and you roll with Mahomes, pick up another quarterback off waivers, whether that's Penix, whether that's Stroud, whether that's Stafford. But baseline, what? We said you were the number 1 team in this league with points scored at the moment. We're 3-0. We're number 2 in this league in points scored at 3-0. Like, you don't really need to make a trade. Jalen Warren clearly is a quality running back too for you, and you're going to be crushing your league mates in the flex. So all I really have to say here is I would not sell one of the receivers with Jalen Warren for an upgrade because I think the wide receiver depth is going to matter. I think if you are selling somebody, it's actually going to be the quarterback. Obviously, plan A would be us selling Patrick Mahomes. But if we're unable to sell Mahomes, I don't think you stop there. I think that you could go ahead and look at trying to sell Justin Herbert. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. I'm going to send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you wanted to follow up with here. But let me go ahead and also send some free questions out in the chat because it does look like we hit 700 likes on the stream. So again, we're going to be sending out free questions in the live chat all night. I'll probably be live streaming for about 5 hours today. All you got to do to get those free questions will be drop a like, subscribe to the channel, and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll go ahead and we'll pick out somebody else to send a free question to. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next team. This one's going to be Caveman Lawyer. Says, stingy trade league. Wide receiver room's killing me. Think I need to raise the floor, even if just a little, but not sure how. Any waiver wire wide receivers worth a shot, and maybe Tucker, Horton, or Tyquan? Should I fire sale a couple wide receivers down tier for more consistency? Here's my thing. I haven't seen your team yet, but we are currently second in this league in points scored. It's a league in which you only start 2 receivers in a flex. How much does the wide receiver depth really matter for you? where at the same time, we are currently sitting with the most value in this league. Like, no, I immediately looking at your team. We're not doing anything like that. But we'll dive into this in a second. Let me go ahead and real quick send out some free questions in the chat. Let's see if we can find French ice cream here. Okay. French ice cream. Just found you and just sent you over that free trade question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. Okay. Please let me know when we hit 800 likes on the stream. We'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. Now, here's the thing. You're second in the league in total points scored. So we're doing something right. Looking at what we have when it comes to quarterback, tight ends, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So quarterback and tight end, they will make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. Having Lamar Jackson, having Trey McBride is absolutely phenomenal because the skill positional depth here is not going to matter much. We have Tucker Kraft as our second tight end. So if you were wanting to upgrade wide receiver, the thing you're probably going ahead and doing is you're probably going to try to send Tucker Kraft and one of these wide receivers to go get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. Because we go over to running back, we're in a really good spot. We have Bijan, we have Judkins, we have Jordan Mason. While I would rather have Judkins than Jordan Mason in the long term, please make sure that you are starting Jordan Mason over Judkins until Aaron Jones comes back for sure. Then looking at what we have at receiver, I understand our top receivers have been horrendous with Drake London and Brian Thomas. But at the end of the day, these guys still do have the volume in their respective offenses. They were still very good last season. They're still incredibly young. So I think they can be a lot better going into the future as well. We have Marv wide receiver 3, Xavier Worthy wide receiver 4. Realistically, you don't need to start either one of these players. Realistically, instead, you would probably prefer to go through and you would probably prefer to up tier at wide receiver rather than down tiering as you were mentioning. Like, I don't understand why we would want to down tier from London to have just a couple other wide receivers on the bench that we don't know when to start. Like, if it was a league in which realistically you could start, if it's like best ball, then sure. But the issue is you already have too many wide receivers here, just not knowing which one's going to perform when they're going to perform. So I would rather tier up at wide receiver than tier down. Looking at how we could do that tier up, obviously it's always in play for us to try to send Xavier Worthy and Marvin Harrison to get to the best wide receiver possible. But I think that's going to be much easier said than done. I think what would actually be able to be accomplished by you is there's a team in your league that could use Tucker Kraft. This team here at the bottom, they have Andrews and Evan Ingram. Maybe they're tired with the inconsistency at tight ends. Could we go through and could we try to send Tucker Kraft and Marv for A.J. Brown? Tucker Kraft and Xavier Worthy for A.J. Brown. Tucker Kraft and Drake London for Jamar Chase. This team is Travis Kelce as their only tight ends. Could you try to send Tucker Kraft and Xavier Worthy for Tyreek Hill? This team is Hawkinson and Goddard. Could you try to send Tucker Kraft and Brian Thomas for Nico Collins? Could we try to send the Jefferson team, the combo of Brian Thomas and Tucker Kraft for Jefferson? Could we try to send the Egbuka team, Xavier Worthy and Tucker Kraft for Egbuka? This team's rostering 3 tight ends. Could we try to send them Travis Hunter and Tucker Kraft for Cortland Sutton? Like, that's the play that you make. You don't down tier at wide receiver. You up tier at wide receiver. And the way that you up tier at wide receiver is you go ahead and you send Tucker Kraft and another option that's currently in your starting lineup for an upgrade. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And let me go ahead and send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with. Overall, I actually love your team because of your league settings. I think you're going to be able to dominate here. Another side note is I would cut Troy Franklin. I don't know when you would ever know when to put him in your starting lineup. And I'd pick up Braylon Allen because if Brees were to go down, I think he could turn into a league winner. Okay. Now, I'm going to move over and let's answer some of the quick questions, and then we'll go back to Shiesty and get through some more team reviews. But the faster I can go with these questions, the more questions I can answer, the closer we are to returning to allowing y'all to actually send them in. Now, Josh Tubal, here in the flex, our options are going to be Marv, J-Mo, Waddle, and Swift. I'm going to go Swift in a good game environment against the Raiders. Now, Trey Young has Allen, Harvey, JCM. Now, JCM's banged up at the moment. Josh Downs versus James Cook, Quinshawn, Caleb Williams. Give me James Cook over Josh Allen. Give me Quinshawn over Harvey. JCM, Caleb, who cares? And you're paying Josh Downs to get it done. So, yeah, I think I go ahead. I think I actually take the James Cook side of this. Okay. Now, LB727 here at running back. I am an idiot, so I am still going to play Genty over Trey Benson. Really good total that you have for the Raiders game there. Wide receiver, I'm going to go with Rome Odunze. Flex, I'm going to go with Jacoby Myers. And then we're going to go Trey Benson in the flex as second flex spot. I actually really like the idea of rostering both Raiders. I'm sorry, starting both Raiders this week in Chicago. Then he says 0-3, who would you pivot off of Lamb for? So if you pull up my rankings at the moment, 2025 wide receiver. This is the expert average. Let's look at Mason Dodd. My rankings at the moment, I have CeeDee Lamb wide receiver 9. If you're 0-3, it would be a no-brainer to sell CeeDee Lamb for London, Nico, JSN, Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Amon-Ra St. Brown. No-brainer to make that move. Now, in terms of our lower options, if you were not able to get one of the players ahead of them, if you were 0-3, you could look at sending him for A.J. Brown, Rome Odunze as well. But I would really opt to try to go with somebody ahead if we can. Now, Ovo, here for the flex. Genty, I am starting with little hesitation this week. I'm going to go Deebo Samuel over T. Higgins with no Burrow, while at the same time, us being in a spot in which, like, if Terry's banged up, Eckler's out, they're going to have to rely on Deebo. Okay. Now, Excalibur with our next one. Says, want to better my wide receivers and tight ends. Trade partner lost Lamb. Waits on Rice, but it's about to be 1-3. Any trade ideas? I want to be like you. Happy engagement. Appreciate you, my friend. So trade partner lost Lamb, has to wait on Rice, and is about to be 1-3. So I would say that trading them Jordan Mason's going to put them in a much, much better spot, of course. Now, with that in mind, I don't necessarily know if you're going to be able to pull this off. Like, if you can send them Jordan Mason, Bucky Irving, and Jordan Addison, and they're willing to send over Jonathan Taylor and Rashee Rice, let's go for it. But I'm going to assume that they're rejecting this. But obviously, this would be a no-brainer. Now, the other option that you could do is you could offer them just Jordan Mason and Jordan Addison for Rashee Rice? If they're about to be 1-3, you have a winning record. I think that this is a lot more realistic to actually get. But obviously, I would do the first deal as well. Actually, if that was a non-PPR league, I don't know if that was a non-PPR, but if it was a non-PPR, we hold Jordan Mason. I would do the Jonathan Taylor one, but non-PPR format, I'm not doing that, Jordan Mason plus for Rashee Rice. As Jordan Mason will crush Rashee Rice in scoring in non-PPR. But it looks like we had 800 likes in the stream, so let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions. Again, all you got to do to get those free questions will be drop a like on the stream, be subscribed to the channel, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Now, Scott here at running back. We're going to start Judkins Kamara this week. Going over to the flex. Well, I'm not looking at the receivers. It's going to be Scat or Judkins. Realistically speaking, I wouldn't fault you for going either way. Scat does have a really tough matchup. Maybe for that reason you go with Judkins, but Scat's going to get more receiving usage than Judkins will. Okay. But let's go ahead and let's send this over to Numjet. My guy, appreciate hanging out with us in the live stream. Let's see if I can find you on the site. Okay. Numjet. Just found you and just sent you over that free trade question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream, my guy. Okay, let's move this over to our next question. This is coming from Dirt. This is Walker and Garrett Wilson versus Amari and Hampton. 12 teams start 7. Left over at wide receiver, we'd have Puka, Pickens, Nico, Ladd. You can make this deal. I think that you're probably losing value. But you can go for it. Like, wide receiver depth, not going to matter much in your format, while at the same time, you're absolutely crushing at receiver. No. I Love Mason says, the calculator says it's a win, but my bench is garbage. So Lamar to Bijan, massive upgrade. Here's the thing, 14-team format. This would leave us left over. Yeah, you can't do this. You have no Rice. You have no Reed. You're wanting to start Christian Kirk and Rashad Bateman this next week. Like, it doesn't matter if the trade calculator says that you're going to win something. If it's very clearly a trade that just blows up your team. You have to hold on to the Judkins and Zay Flowers side. Your wide receiver room is garbage. But Dana coming through with our next one. Here, running back. JCM banged up, so it's easy to play Judkins there. Flex, probably Trevo, hoping that Ramondre really does just end up getting benched. And then tight end, I'm going to go Harold Fannin over Brenton Strange. Now, Harmful Jet coming through. We need 2 running backs. Gibbs auto start. Hampton auto start. Looks like Sharps is going to play. Wide receiver, give me Rome. And then in the flex, probably going to go London here in a full PPR. Now, Sarin with our next one. Running back, Jordan Mason, auto start with no Aaron Jones. Kenneth Walker is a little bit tougher now that it looks like Sharp's going to play, but honestly, you're going to play him. You're going to play St. Brown, Sutton, great matchup. Egbuka, London, both auto starts this week. And then for that last flex spot, ETN versus Benson. I think realistically, you actually end up going with Trey Benson. And then, yeah, I would definitely play both running backs over Mar for sure. Okay, so let's move this over to our next one. This is Onyx Oxalot. This is Brian Thomas, A.J. Brown versus Jefferson. Here's the thing. It's an 8-team league. Right now, Rome Odunze or Tet McMillan's like our wide receiver 5. So 8-team format, we will do anything that we can to upgrade our starting lineup by selling bench names. So yes, let's go ahead and let's get Justin Jefferson here. Now panic here at running back. Jordan Mason auto start with no Aaron Jones. Easy play over Judkins. And then we're going to go Sutton and Igbuka as well. Like, I can't imagine benching Sutton in a week in which he's going up against the Bengals. Okay. Now, Chase B says there's a lot of uncertainty around London. Is this this is you upgrade at running back and you upgrade at wide receiver. If Quentin Johnston continues to score so many points that you would rather have him over Drake London in fantasy, I may not be live streaming next year. I may be in the Caribbean on a yacht. Like, I would win so much money if Quentin Johnston produces like this. But he's going to come back down to earth. There's no way this level of production keeps up. Drake London's going to crush. Now, going over to G Karate, Diggs and Downs versus Pittman. In a dynasty league, I'd still probably rather have Downs over Pittman. Pittman, I believe, stayed 4 years at USC. Obviously, already been in the league longer than Downs. I'd rather have Pittman in redraft, but if it's dynasty, give me Downs. Now, Ben Cooper with our next one. Here at running back, give me Chase Brown over Travion Henderson. Wide receiver, we have no Lamb, so it's like, I guess this is the most disgusting team I've ever seen. Trevo is going to be in one of the flex spots. And then we essentially need to start 3 guys here. I think I go Addison, Worthy if he plays, and then Matthew Golden in the last spot in a great matchup against the Cowboys. But if you needed to play a different wide receiver, if like Worthy misses, then I'd probably pivot over to Elikeo Manor over Josh Downs. Okay. Now, is Sanchez trading Trey McBride for Scat? Oh, Trey McBride, not even remotely close. Unless it's a league in which you don't have to start a tight end. If it's a league in which you have to start a tight end, give me Trey McBride. I have Scat. I'll sell him for McBride in a heartbeat. Now, your neighbor Jennings with our next one. This is Judkins and St. Brown versus Barkley and A.J. Brown. St. Brown to Barkley, tomato. I'd way rather have A.J. Brown over Judkins. So it's going to be the Barkley and A.J. Brown side. Cooney with our next one. Says 1-2 record, double flex format. Don't need to start a tight end. Preference between Judkins versus Jordan Mason. So long term, I'd rather have Judkins. Short term, I'd rather have Jordan Mason. If we don't have to start a tight end, McBride is not nearly as valuable. I'd still rather have Derrick Henry over Amari Hampton. I'd way rather have Puka over Lamb. So this is a league in which you had to start a tight end. I think it's the Trey McBride side. However, if you don't have to start a tight end and like Trey McBride's just effectively a flex play, then it'd be like the equivalent of a wide receiver 3. It'd be like the equivalent of like Jameson Williams. So if you view him as that, then it's very easily the Puka and Derrick Henry side of this. Okay. Now, Chris trading Dobbins, Devonta Smith, T. Higgins for Trevo and Drake London. I would way rather have Hendo than Dobbins rest of season. I'd way rather have, I don't know what I'm missing here. It's the London and Henderson side, easy. Now, not later coming through. This is Achane, Jefferson, Josh Downs versus CMC, Walker, and Judy. Okay. Achane to CMC, clear upgrade. Downs to Walker, clear downgrade. Who cares about Downs and Judy? What's the team looking like at the moment? Running back 2 at the moment is Pacheco. So I think going and getting the additional running back starter with Kenneth Walker makes a ton of sense. So I think we're going to go with the CMC and Kenneth Walker side of this. Now, Rowan FF with our next one. This is Scat, DeAndre Swift, Jalen Waddle versus Judkins, Quentin Johnson, Jake Ferg. Scat versus Judkins, give me Judkins. Swift versus the Big Q, give me Swift. Ferg versus Waddle, give me Ferg. Fair deal. It's going to be up to you. You have the expendable depth at running back where, yeah, and you lost CeeDee Lamb, so I understand if you want to make this move. Actually, no, because what the hell are you doing with Jake Ferguson? You have Tyler Warren already. You don't need to be trading for another tight end. So I'd probably hold on to the running backs and look for a different deal. Casey Bet says, we're losing my depth at running back, and would it mean we have too many Eagles? I frankly don't care. It's a league in which you can start 4 receivers. You have 3 startable RBs already. So yeah, I would go and I would get AJ Brown here. Like if you can, this is coming from someone who went all in on Trey Benson in drafts this year. I hope Trey Benson, I hope he outscores AJ Brown. But that's a tough bet to make at this point. Tiny Dancer, always happy to see you. I would go with Genty over Benson. Great matchup for Genty. I'm going to go with Jacoby here at wide receiver as well. And then in the flex, I would take Tyreek. Decent projections for the Dolphins offense going up against the Jets this week. Okay. Let me pull up the team reviews that we have. Okay. I think our next team, we're going to skip by the Dynasty ones, is going to be from Shiesty. All right, and real quick, let me address this, and we've had a lot of people asking it. One, let me send out some free questions because we just hit 900 likes on the stream, and I've seen a lot of people asking how you get free vouchers. So the main way to get free vouchers, because the majority of the questions we're going to answer in this live stream, the majority of questions we answer in most live streams are just the free ones. And the way that you get those free questions will be just hanging out in the live stream, having an account on flockfantasy.com with code FLOCK. At times like this, what I'll ask is say like, oh, we hit 900 likes. So go down there and to be eligible for a free voucher, drop a like on the stream, be subscribed to the channel, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And then we'll go ahead and we'll pick out some people to send free vouchers to. If you wanted to get yourself a guaranteed free voucher, you can get the, if you're an annual Mother Flocker with code FLOCK on the site, you'll get free vouchers for trade, start, sit, roster review. If you get the season pass with code FLOCK, you'll get free vouchers for start, sit, trade. But yeah, the majority of the free vouchers that we're going to give out will just be for people hanging out with us in the live stream. And then eventually we'll be able to put back on where you can buy questions, but we're just too far backed up at the moment. But I appreciate you hanging out with us as always, my guy. But let me see if I can send this out for Bryce Lom. Okay. Bryce _ Lom. Just found you on the site and just sent you over a free trade question. Thank you so much for hanging out with us in this stream, my guy. And please let me know when we hit 1,000 likes on the stream, and then we'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. Okay. Now, Shiesty says, what trades do I need to do? Don't know how I'm 0-3. Really don't want to let Rice go. If you're 0-3, you got to let him go. We've scored 366 points. Yeah, so we are 3rd in the league with points scored. You're just dead last with points against. So, I mean, it sucks. You've been unlucky to this point, but you have to sell Rashee Rice. Not only do you have to sell Rashee Rice, it's very clear what you have to sell Rashee Rice for. While I understand it's a league in which wide receiver depth matters, like you can start up to 4 wide receivers here weekly and it's a full PPR format. Like my guy, Rachaad White's currently your running back 2. You're 0-3. The only thing to tell you here is you got to sell Rashee Rice for an RB. Clearly your team's good. Nico, wide receiver 1. A.J. Brown, wide receiver 2. Rice, wide receiver 3, long-term. And then Igbuka, wide receiver 4. Like, this is a great team, but if we're looking at if we're looking at where we're at, we just can't like be stubborn about it, right? You got unlucky. Your opponents have been just dropping the hammer on you every single week. You got to adjust. You have to sell Rashee Rice for a running back. Now, I mean, I would also say that like it would make a lot of sense for us to sell Hunter Henry if you could get anything for Hunter Henry, but I'd be more confident they're going to be able to get something for Rice. Like, let's go look at the teams that are at the top of the league right now. And here's what we're doing when we sell Rashee Rice, by the way. You approach the team that's dropped 430 points and go, hey, I know you probably know this, but you got to start planning for the playoffs. You have a God squad. Like, you go through, hype these guys up, make them feel special, and then see if they'll send us Kenneth Walker for Rashee Rice, where we can put Kenneth Walker at our running back 2 instead of Rachaad White. Gas them up, say, oh, you just got Trey Benson coming to your team. And hell, I mean, depth matters in your format. If instead of getting Kenneth Walker, you want to go like, hey, can I send you Rashee Rice for Javonte Williams and Devonta Smith and get back an additional starter? By all means, go for that. Looking over at this next team, they dropped the second most points in this league. Can we send them Rashee Rice for Judkins and Ricky Pearsall? This team scored the third most points in the league. They have no running backs. This team's 1-2. This team is 2-1. Can we send them Rashee Rice and Matthew Colton for Josh Jacobs? Probably not. But hell, I mean, I'd even pivot from Rice to like Cortland Sutton, pivot from Rice to Zay Flowers if they reject the Sutton trade, just so we can get some points in the lineup and we can start winning games right now. On top of that, I understand the CeeDee Lamb injury, and I'm going to be honest with you. I drafted a lot of Jalen Tolbert in best ball drafts, which I'm not saying this is like, oh, look at me, I'm smart. Like, I'm saying it as I was an idiot. I thought he was going to be viable with a healthy CeeDee Lamb. He's clearly not. The CeeDee Lamb injury is saving my ass. But regardless, I'm trying to say I'm unbiased with this. You cannot have Jalen Tolbert as your wide receiver 8 and have Rachaad White as your RB2 with no RB3. Drop Jalen Tolbert and pick up Braylon Allen. And then try to sell Rice for that running back that we already discussed. But you have to make moves. I'm sorry, my guy. I know you drafted a good team. You just got unlucky. But let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up there. Now, let's move this over to Tony 2 times. Says 0-3 right now and just lost Lamb. Not sure if I should try to trade Lamb for more wide receiver depth. Probably you should. Or try to see what wide receiver tight end help I can get for one of my running backs. Also considering Chase Brown and Ertz for Olave and Ferg. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. Let's see where we're at right now. We are JSNs in Paris. We are 0-3. We've scored 320 points, so we're not that bad in points scored. It's just we are at the very top of the league in points against us. In terms of value on the roster right now, we are 3rd in the league analyzer. But yeah, if you're 0-3, very similar to what we just talked about with the team before this, you don't have an option. You have to sell CeeDee Lamb. Now, there are a couple different ways you can go about this. We have 4 viable running backs. The easy play in my mind is take what we have with one of the running backs, preferably Chase Brown, because the thing is you can't sell Jordan Mason at the moment because Jordan Mason's just going to be elite with no Aaron Jones, and we need points in this lineup right now. I would take a running back like Chase Brown, send him with CeeDee Lamb to go get to an elite receiver. Because you would still have Bucky Irving, Kenneth Walker, Jordan Mason. You're still completely fine at running back. You can literally start 2 of these running backs every week and throw the third guy in the flex. Wide receiver, right now we have Tet, Ricky Pearsall in. I would way rather have like a wide receiver 1 in Tet. I was like, who's on your bench right now? Are you benching Chase Brown? Like, I'm assuming you're benching Chase Brown. I'd way rather have Jordan Mason here in the short term. So, like, let's go through and let's look at this. If you were to trade Chase Brown and CeeDee Lamb, is there any world in which you can get up to Amon-Ra St. Brown, Malik Neighbors, Jamar Chase, Jefferson, JSN, Nico Collins? I bet you can. I bet you can find a team to look at the long-term upside of CeeDee Lamb, to be willing to buy the dip on Chase Brown. And there's a real shot that you make that trade and we end up losing that trade in the long run. But the thing is, if you're 0-3, you can't afford to just think about long run value. You have to think about how we get points in the lineup right now. Trying to think of other things that we could possibly say with this. I like the idea of going and getting Jake Ferg, but honestly, at that cost, I don't know. If we get another elite receiver, like by selling CeeDee Lamb, the wide receiver depth of like Ricky Pearsall and Jamison Williams isn't that important. So if you wanted to send like Jamison Williams and Zach Ertz to try to go get Jake Ferg that way, you can go for it there. But yeah, you have to sell CeeDee Lamb. I'm sorry. It's like similar to the 0-3 team that we looked at right before you, where they had Rashee Rice. They have to sell Rashee Rice. You have to sell CeeDee Lamb. But let me send you over some free vouchers just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you, my guy. Now, this is going to be from Kimond Ty BG. Says, hey, Mason, I had Kyron queued for the turn while having the number 1 pick in the draft. It started without a grace period, and ESPN drafted him with the number 1. What the hell? My league, out of fear of me winning again, did not restart the draft after asking. Oh, dear God. This is why you should not use the queue that way, my guy. I'm sorry. We got to take some responsibility here. Now, we are currently 4th in terms of value with this team. We are 3-0. We've scored the 3rd most points in this league. It's a league in which you only start 2 receivers in a flex, so the depth at the skill position's not going to matter much. And I can tell you right now, what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to sell a running back. It's like, again, you can only start a combined 5 running backs and wide receivers. So we have Tet, Ibuka in our starting lineup, a receiver. We have Taylor Kyron in at running back. You have like either Jordan Mason or Chuba in at the flex. And then you have like Chuba Hubbard and Trey Benson on your bench. So like you have the expendable value on a team like this, where we could go through and we could send Trey Benson and Hunter Henry to try to go get an upgrade at tight ends. Let's go look at the teams in your league that need help at running back. Like, because that's clearly what we want to be doing, right? We want to be selling a running back. Like, we're currently 2nd in the league analyzer when it comes to RB value, and we just have so much depth there. So this team here at the bottom is Isaiah Pacheco, Ollie Gordon at RB2, RB3. So is there a world in which we could send, say, Kyron Williams and Tet McMillan for Puka Nacua? Could we send Trey Benson and Bo Nix for Jaden Daniels? Could we send Trey Benson and... Actually, I don't even know if we would do that. Yeah, I think those are the 2 deals that you're looking at with that team. As you're in the position of power, right? You have the running backs. They don't. This team is Javonte RB2, Kenneth Walker RB1, Nick Chubb RB3. Could we try to get Lamar from them? Can we try to send them Kyron Williams and Bo Nix for Lamar Jackson? You send Kyron, frankly, it doesn't really matter. It's not going to impact your running back room, and us getting the elite quarterback would be a no-brainer. Could you send Chuba Hubbard and Ted McMillan for Jefferson? This team is Scat RB2, RJ RB3. They just lost Lamb. We're 3-0. Honestly, you could afford to take on Lamb. Could you try sending Trey Benson and Igbuka for CeeDee Lamb? They have Trey McBride as well. Is there a world in which we can send them Kyron Williams and Hunter Henry for Trey McBride? That team has plenty of depth. This team is Caleb Johnson, RB3. Kyle Monungai, RB4. They don't really have a top-end quarterback, top-end tight end for us. It would just be that upgrade at receiver. Could we try sending them Kyron and Tet for Malik Neighbors? But I think you have to sell a running back here, and you're in a really good spot to do so. I think your team is phenomenal, to be honest with you, my guy. Okay. But let's move this over to our next question. This one's going to be from Uncle Wayne. Says, congrats to the king of the flock. Thank you, my guy. Team looks great. I got robbed by Demo and Lamar and Andrews last night. Somehow we're 1-2. Is there any way that we can improve? So we are second in the league when it comes to value. In terms of points for, however, we are right in the middle at sixth. We are 1-2. So we do need to start thinking about how we can get points in this lineup now. Looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Kyler Murray. Quarterback is going to matter a decent amount. It's a league in which you only start 2 receivers in a flex. So here's what I'm going to do real quick. I think you got to pick up Jackson Dart. Like 14-team format, you're in a spot in which like the other waiver wire options are Jake Browning, Cam Ward, Tua. Dart gives you some rushing upside. So I would drop Frymuth. I would pick up Dart. I think waiver wire pivots with the other positions, you're completely fine. 14-team league, Josh Jacobs, good RB1. Kamara, great RB2 in a 14-teamer. Jordan Mason, phenomenal RB3 in a 14-team league. Wide receiver, we have Puka Nacua. If we were to redraft today, Puka's either the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick. We have Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver 2, Devonta Smith, wide receiver 3. Chris Olave, wide receiver 4. So you have plenty of depth. So my assumption would be that we actually have enough depth here where in a 14-team format, depth's super hard to come by. We should be able to actually make a trade to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup, which in general would be ideal if we are sitting at 1-2 and we really need to look at what we can do to stay in it. This team is Diggs, wide receiver 3. I mean, I'm sure that they would absolutely love to go out there and get a player like Chris Olave. Maybe trying sending them Olave and Hunter Henry to get to Tucker Kraft. So I don't even know if I'd like to do that in a 14-team format. This team has absolutely no depth whatsoever at the skill positions. Like, they don't have a running back 3. Their top 2 running backs are Javonte and Jalen Warren. There's a world in which you can afford sending them Josh Jacobs and Kyler Murray for Josh Allen. You could possibly afford sending them Alvin Kamara and Hunter Henry for Brock Bowers. I would say typically in a 14-team league, like most teams can't afford to trade for the elite QB or the elite tight ends. But yours is a little bit different. Just because, again, like if we're looking at your roster specifically, you have Jordan Mason RB3 and you have Chris Olave wide receiver 4. So the very minimum, cut Frymuth, pick up Jackson Dart. But I would also try to send a running back or a wide receiver to go get one of those elite onesies. But let me send you over some free questions real quick. Really appreciate you, my guy, and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. But if there's anything you want to follow up with, don't be afraid to send that over my way. But it looks like we just hit 1,000 likes on the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions in the chat. Again, I want to reiterate, I am sorry. We cannot accept any more paid questions at the moment. We can only do the free questions if you have a voucher. I will let y'all know if that changes, but we are very far backed up on questions. But we're going to keep on sending free questions throughout the entire stream. Again, all you got to do to qualify for those free questions will be to drop a like on the stream, be subscribed to the channel, and then have an account on flockfantasy.com with code FLOCK. That way, if you win a question, I can actually find you on my users page. Okay. Well, let me pull up my users page so I can go ahead and send out some freebies. But let's send this over to the man with the plan. Okay. The man with the plan just sent you over a free trade. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this stream. Okay. And please let me know when we hit 1,100 chat so I can go ahead and send it out to another person. But let's move this over to Levis Home. Says, I feel like I need to make a significant trade to turn my team around, but my league mates are hesitant with trades. Plus, I really don't know if we have that much to offer. Should I just stray the course and hope for the best? Should I possibly try to trade JSN or Bowers? It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So unless you're really desperate at running back, I don't see why we would do that. Let me go ahead and pull this up. So we are 8th in the league with value. We are 1 and 2. We are 9th in the league with points scored. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. The depth isn't going to matter much, specifically at wide receiver, just because you can only start 3 wide receivers at the very most. Now, looking at these onesies, the onesies, in my opinion, in a league like this are going to matter a ton. We have Brock Bowers, absolutely loving having Bowers. While I understand that he's been disappointing so far, realistically, he is going to be much, much better going into the future. He's just been dealing with the knee injury. And you have Michael Mayer with a concussion now, so that is going to lead to more utilization for Bowers himself. So I think tight end, completely fine. Quarterback, we have Jordan Love, Jared Goff to play the matchups with. Obviously, I'm going to assume that we are playing Jared Goff most weeks here. Now, running back, we have Ashton Genty, Travis Etienne. So running back, like we have 2 running backs that we can start. Obviously, we're not the most excited about these guys. I do still believe that Ashton Genty is going to be much better going into the future, though. Now, if we're going over and looking at wide receiver, we have JSN and we have Marv. JSN wide receiver 1, Marv wide receiver 2. Incredible, but they're in the flex. Really tough. We're either flexing like Hunter, Jordan Addison, Josh Downs. So what we need is we need a flex, or we need a breakout at wide receiver. We need a breakout with one of the skill positions so we don't have to freaking be sending up a prayer every time we put Jordan Addison in that flex spot. I don't see how the trade would come. I mean, the trade would come by selling Bowers if you were to make a deal. My hesitation is I just still believe that Bowers is going to be a top 2 tight end rest of season. However, the past 2 weeks, he's only scored 8.8, 9.9 points. So realistically, I don't know if we would be able to get that kind of value if we were to look to sell him. Let's go through and let's look at what like the Jake Ferguson team has and see if we could pivot. So the Jake Ferg team, if you wanted to maybe like try to pick up an additional flex play, they have Hubbard in their flex. They have Keenan. They have Pittman down there on the bench. So they do have the depth when it comes to the skill positions where we could down tier from Bowers to them if it's going to upgrade our flex and possibly upgrade another skill position spot for us. So if you wanted to send Bowers for like Jake Ferg and Chuba Hubbard, it can be something that you consider. Again, I would say that you're probably going to be losing that deal, but I would understand why you would want to make it. Now, going over and looking at what we have with the other teams that have interesting tight ends we can down tier to. Really, Jake Ferg is like the only guy. Kittle would be a very interesting name, but the issue with Kittle is we're 1 and 2, so we can't afford to think long term. We got to think about how we can get points in the lineup right now. The Tyler Warren team doesn't really have any skill positional depth either, so they're not really going to be a trade target for us. I wouldn't sell JSN. If you were going to sell somebody here to get the better flex play, it would be Bowers, and at the same time, I would want to get another tight end back that we're excited about because it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. But with that being said, realistically speaking, I don't think you're going to get the value that we would want out of Brock Bowers. So I think you just got to send up a prayer that one of these guys, whether it's Travis Hunter, Jordan Addison, Josh Downs, Ayuk, come back in and actually start crushing for us soon. And then because Bowers, Genty, I understand that they've been very bad through the first 3 weeks, but I almost think it's been a worst case scenario. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Let me go ahead and send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. But let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be from Sally B says, I'm starting to panic from looking like the best team overall week 1 to barely middle of the pack now. Do I dig in and wait it out, or are there any moves I can make with my wide receiver, tight end, quarterbacks? Even my running backs have been mediocre. We are 5th in the league with value. We're 2-1. We've scored 396 points. So we are 7-1 in terms of points scored. It is a league in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. For that reason, I'm actually okay with us rostering this many receivers because realistically, the depth at the wide receiver position does somewhat matter here. Now, looking at what we have when it comes to quarterback, we have Love and we have Dart. So in my opinion, this is going to be one of the worst quarterback rooms in this league. You're going to hope that Jackson Dart gives you a decent amount of upside, of course, specifically with what he can do running the ball, but we just have no guarantee whatsoever of what's actually going to happen, right? It's only upside and no safe projection. Going over to running back, we have Bucky, we have Josh Jacobs. So I think we're actually in a pretty good spot here. DeAndre Swift, RB3 as well. Quality flex play in a league with multiple flexes where you are going to get consistent depth. Consistent amount of work. The issue with your team and what took a significant hit was Burrow going down for Jamar, because it took us from having the most valuable player in fantasy football to instead having just like a player that would have gone at the 1-2 turn in drafts, which obviously is just brutal. Looking at Sutton and Marv and Olave, they're all viable flexes. Tight end, we have Hunter Henry, Harold Fannin. Now, I don't know if this is going to be possible. It probably isn't. But what I would for sure try doing if we could is if there was any world in which you would be able to sell one of these tight ends to get an upgrade absolutely anywhere in the starting lineup. While Hunter Henry's been incredible, Hunter Henry so far this season has gone through and he's averaged about 13, 14 points per game, top 3 tight ends. I would sell Hunter Henry in a heartbeat if it meant we could package up Henry and Jordan Love to get to a quarterback that we're excited about starting weekly. Main reason being is if you're able to just go through and if you're able to just pick up Jawan Johnson for free off waivers, like that is the best waiver wire name that you have here. The other thing with this in mind is like, while wide receivers, not great for us, it's not that we don't have players to put in the lineup. Like we have players to put in the lineup. It's just you don't necessarily have the top end, like number one guy. So when we're looking at what we have with the bottom end of this roster with somebody like Christian Kirk, somebody like Cedric Tillman, like I don't know if they have the upside to ever like be the number one guy here. So I would probably go ahead and I would probably look to actually cut Kirk, cut Tillman, pick up the combination of Blake Corum and like Ray Davis as premium handcuff backs. I would take it one step further as well. I would go ahead and I would cut Christian Watson. I'm going to assume that Christian Watson's on our IR. But realistically, you should be able to just go through and you should be able to pick up Tajee Spears and move Spears to your IR instead. So cut Tillman, cut Kirk, cut Watson, pick up Corum, Spears, Davis. If you could sell Hunter Henry with anything for an upgrade, you would. But outside of that, the rest of it, I think you just got to wait it out. Like I completely understand this being very frustrating and this not being a great team. But I think a lot of it, or just almost all of it, hinges on the fact that we had the Burrow injury nuking Jamar Chase. And there's not much we can do about that. I mean, it's not like your league mates live under a rock and didn't hear that Burrow's out for the season and all of a sudden Jamar is not an exciting name. Like if they do live under that rock, hell, let's go sell Jamar for Amon-Ra St. Brown. But I'm going to assume it's going to be a little bit too late to do that. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with this. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. And I'm actually going to have to log out and log back in. So give me 1 second so I can send out these questions. And then we'll pivot back over and we will get to some more of the quick questions, the start sit questions, the trade questions, et cetera, et cetera. What I may do real quick, after we get through some of the quick questions, I may turn on roster reviews, but I want to be very clear. If you got a roster review today, it would not be done today. Instead, it would be done tomorrow. So I may turn on the ability for y'all to submit roster reviews for like 15 minutes. That way I can just say like, hey, only the people in this live stream really know about it. And if you're here now, you can hear me say clearly, we're not going to be able to get to your team until tomorrow. But Sally B, we just sent you over those free questions. Appreciate you hanging out with us as always. Let's mark that complete and let's go ahead and let's pull up the free questions real quick. Zach, yes, I'm going to try to get to as many team reviews as I possibly can. I'll be up until like 2 a.m. tonight. I still got to make a couple of the videos for tomorrow. But we'll be live for a long time today. We'll make sure that any trade start sit questions that are sent in, they are 100% answered. The thing that I can't 100% guarantee will be roster reviews, but I'm going to try my best. Okay. I'm not going to turn on roster reviews yet though, because I want to get through these. But let me go ahead and let's answer this. Ray Charles says, I'm 0-3. What do we sell Rice for? So if you're looking at this, I currently have Rashee Rice ranked wide receiver 17 in my rest of season rankings. If I was 0-3, I would sell Rashee Rice for legitimately any wide receiver ahead of him. Sutton, Wilson, Adams, Pickens, Tet, Rome, A.J. Brown, Lamb, London, Nico, JSN, Jefferson, Chase, Neighbors, St. Brown, of course. But if you're 0-3, I would also sell Rice for the tier below. I would sell Rice for Igbuka, Brian Thomas, Tyreek, Lad McConkey. Once you get to this range, it's like, I'd hope you can get a little bit more. I'd still probably sell him for Zay Flowers. But I agree, you probably want to sell him. Now, Valdez trading Kyron and Pickens for Malik Neighbors. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Running back afterwards, we'd have CMC, Jalen Warren, Joe Mixon. Wide receiver, we'd have Puka, Neighbors, flex like Metcalf. I'll say in general, actually, and we have Brees Hall. If you have Brees Hall, yes, you make this deal. It's 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. I would just want to be making 2-for-1 deals where we can upgrade inside the starting lineup. Now, I just want to win with our next question. Here at wide receiver, for the flex, we're going to go with Damari Hampton. And quarterback, I go Herbert over Bo Nix, but Bo Nix is in a really exciting spot this week, considering the matchup that you have against the Cincinnati Bengals. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next one. This is Mando trading Harvey and St. Brown for JSN and Devonta Smith. Downgrade at receiver, potentially upgrade a flex. Running back, we have Taylor, Genty, RV, Benson. Like, I'm fine if you wanted to do this. If it's really a start 9 format where like Devonta Smith's clearly somebody in your starting lineup, then sure, go for it. But I think you maybe are losing out on a little bit of value because I still think Harvey is going to be relevant long term. But it looks like we have 1,100 likes on the stream, so we're going to send out some free questions. All you got to do to get those free questions, again, will be to drop a like on the stream, be subscribed to the channel. I live stream every single day. I'm not going to miss a single day answering your questions until Christmas. You can tell the majority of the questions that we answer in these live streams are free ones that we just give out to people in the chat. So all you got to do, again, to get that is drop a like, subscribe, and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And if you win, we'll send you one over. And if you don't already have an account on the site, you can set one up for completely free. Just set it up with code FLOCK. That way, if you win a giveaway, I can find you on my users page. Have we drank all these waters already? No, we got one more cup. Perfect. Okay. Now, T. McCoy, this is Benson and Pickens versus Amari Hampton. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10-team league. In a vacuum, the package is worth more, but in your league settings, I am completely fine if you wanted to go out there and sell the depth wide receiver when we didn't need it for the upgrade at running back. So I think the value is on the Pickens and Benson side, but I think you're fine to go for Hampton. But Riza says username is Fair Deals. Just found you on the site, my guy. Really appreciate you and just sent you over that free trade question. Thank you for hanging out with us. And let's move this over to our next one. It's going to be from Hudsong. Quarterback Caleb versus Love. Give me the rushing upside of Caleb. Game total is pretty high in that one as well. I'm going to go Matthew Golden over Calvin Austin in a really good matchup against Dallas. And then at tight end, I'm going to go David Njoku over Chig. I know that Chig had a good week this past week, but if you actually look at the underlying snap usage, you got our Helms starting to get some work. Okay. Now, Love Hurts here for the flex. It's like Travis Hunter, Shakir, Christian Kirk, essentially. I'm an idiot. So if this was my team, I'm going to be honest with you. What I would do is I'd put Travis Hunter in there. I'd close my eyes and not watch a second of the Jags game and hope whenever I check back on it that Travis Hunter would have a random long touchdown. That's what I would do if it was my team. Not saying it's the right thing to do, but it is what I would do. Now, Quagga coming through with the next one. Here, quarterback, if I'm going to go Kyler over Fields regardless. I mean, the game's tomorrow. I'm not going to roll the dice on Fields. And then for the flex, Travis Hunter versus Xavier Worthy. If Worthy plays, you play Xavier Worthy. Not super excited about it, but I would. I would do it. And if Worthy doesn't play, then at that point, I think I go through and I think that I probably would go ahead and I'd probably play Hunter. Again, same thing I told the team before you. Am I excited about it? No. I'd close my eyes while I put him in, but he'd probably be the name I eventually get to. Now, Rowan coming through. This is Daniel Jones, Trey Benson, DeAndre Swift versus Bucky Irving. Oh, yeah, you go get Bucky Irving here. I don't think you think twice about it either. I know Daniel Jones has been crushing. I don't know if Daniel Jones is much more than a waiver wire quarterback, though. I think he's like in the range of Dak, Caleb, like these quarterbacks, May, Bo Nix. They're all about the same. You roster two and you play the matchups between them. I mean, at least that's how I view it. Now, Mother Flocka trading Judkins and Rome for Dobbins and London. Downgrade at running back to upgrade at receiver. What do you have at running back now? Bijan, Chase, Benson. Like, you have so many running backs. I'm okay with you making this move if you believe that Drake London is a significant upgrade to Rome Odunze. If you believe that. I don't know if you do. But yeah, I'd be okay with it. Okay. Now, win for Mike is trading Caleb for Benson and Matthew Golden. This is a dynasty team, which if it is, clearly I need to move Benson up my dynasty rankings dramatically, but yes, I'd make that move. Assuming it's a one quarterback format. Superflex league, you'd much prefer Caleb, but league analyzer is telling us that's a one QB league. Okay. Now, Donovan here at running back between Etienne and Chase Brown. I'm not that excited about either running back, to be honest with you. I'd probably go Chase Brown. Wide receiver, Igbuka's an auto lock, and Jacoby's going to be in your flex over Etienne. I have Etienne on my own team, and I'm scared. He's getting squeezed with touches. This is back-to-back games where you've actually had, like, dear God, Byshell, Tootin, Vulturing, rushing touchdowns, and some random bum running back, LaQuint Allen, getting usage on third down. Mon says, are there any trades you'd aim for with this team? 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. If you want to trade for a better tight end, you could. But honestly, I don't think you need to. I think that would hinge on if Worthy comes back, sell Worthy and Pitts to get the best tight end you can. Okay. Next question from our twins. This is Kamara Metcalf versus London. Is this really an 8-team league? Here's the thing, man. In an 8-team league, DK Metcalf is useless. He's a wide receiver 4 in an 8-team league. So yes, I would go ahead and I'd make this move. 12-team format, be a little bit tougher. 12-team league, maybe I wouldn't want to. But 8-team league, this is essentially Kamara for Drake London, and I'd rather have London. Now, let's move this over to our next one. This is Sal Parasi. Quarterback, Goff, Love. Give me Goff. I know Love has the best matchup you could possibly ask for, but they're not throwing the ball. And then for the flex, I'm going to go Judkins. Oh, even if Terry plays. Banged up Terry, banged up Daniels. I think you just play Judkins over. Okay. Now, Somal trading Judkins, Scat, Flowers for Lamb. 12-team league. Leftover at running back, you'd have Hubbard and Bucky, so you can get by. Wide receiver, we'd have Flowers, Chase, Waddle. So you can get by with this. If you're 3-0, sure, go for it. However, obviously, if you're 0-3, if you're 1-2, in that instance, you have no means of going through and trading for CeeDee Lamb. But a 3-0 team, yeah, go right ahead. Flock my man coming through. We got Kamara and McBride versus Hendo, London, and Warren. McBride to London, slight downgrade. Kamara to Warren, up to you. We get Hendo for free in a 14-team format. 14-team league where the starters are a little bit tougher to come by. Yeah, I'd probably go ahead. I'd probably take Trevion Henderson and Drake London here. Okay. Flock username here for the flex. We have no Evans. We have no Mixon. Harvey's essentially useless. You play T. Higgins and Calvin Ridley. Ridley's been one of the worst wide receivers in the NFL this season, but he's averaged 7 targets a game. Is it exciting? No, but none of your options are. So at least Ridley is getting volume. At the very minimum, you can say that about him. Well, that's about all you can say, though. Now, let's move this over to our next one. This is JB. I think this week I would start Igbuka over AJ Brown, Pearsall, and Chase Brown. Because if we have no Evans and a banged up God, I don't care if Godwin plays. I'm assuming that Godwin's going to be far from 100% if he plays. So Ibuka's just going to dominate in a game where they are going to have to throw the ball quite often because they're playing the Philadelphia Eagles. I'd be surprised that they're winning this. I'd be surprised that they are able to run it. So yeah, I think we go with Igbuka here. Moving this over to our next one. Jefferson versus JSN. I have them ranked back to back. Yeah, we already gave free questions away for 1,100 likes. Can y'all please let me know in the chat real quick, who would you rather have? Would you rather have Jefferson or JSN? I have Jefferson ranked ahead of him by 1 spot, but I can't tell you I'm very confident with it. Like, I have JSN ranked ahead of Jefferson in my weekly rankings this week. Let's see what people are saying. JSN, Jefferson, JSN, JSN, Jefferson. JSN, Jefferson, JSN, JSN, Jefferson, JSN. JSN, Jefferson, JSN, Jefferson. Looks like the majority of the chat is telling you to go with Jackson Smith and Jigba. For me, I don't feel super comfortable telling you that. Now, I'd be a little bit nervous saying it's something you had to do. But I have them ranked back to back, and I think it's going to be up to you here. You got to make that call yourself. Now, Joe Boy J says, trying to save my team, also got offered Henry for Waddle. Which one should I do? So you got offered Hunter Henry for Jalen Waddle. If we're looking at deals here, the Tyler Warren side of this wins it easily. If you're saying you're the one trading for the tight end, you just take this Tyler Warren deal. Now, if you really needed a tight end in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, and you sold Waddle for Hunter Henry, I'm not going to fault you for it. I don't love the value, but it's not horrible. Let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be JB. Here starts it. For the flex, we're looking at Trevion, Chase Brown versus Xavier Worthy. Yeah, you take the one guy that's getting guaranteed volume. You go with Chase Brown. Now, he's been so bad with the volume that he's had. Would it be the most surprising thing in the world if that volume all of a sudden went away? Not really. Like, realistically, that could happen. But for the time being, while that volume's there, I think you are sticking with him. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and let's look at this next one. This is 2 blueberries. Trading Brian Thomas for Pickens. Post CeeDee Lamb injury, you have to go with Pickens. I'm saying this as someone who did not draft Pickens very much at all this offseason. Like, I wish I did. But it looks like at this point, George Pickens with no CeeDee Lamb is just set up to absolutely crush on a team that possibly has the worst defense in the NFL, so they're going to have to throw the ball a ton. Now, Real Superman trading JCM Romadunze for Amari. Oh, yeah. If you are ruined at running back, this is a completely fair deal, especially with the JCM injury now. I don't know if JCM's ever turned into anything. So I would go with Hampton. So Cosby says, how's the lineup looking? Quarterback, Bo Nix over Caleb this week. Much better matchup. Then for the flex between Tyreek and Tet missed practice today. He should be good to go this weekend. I'm actually going to probably play both receivers and bench ETN, where ETN's not really getting involved as a receiver. And all of a sudden, we are seeing, as disappointing as it is, freaking buy-sell toot and steal touchdowns from us. Which, as somebody who has Travis Etienne in their flex spot pretty much every single week at this point, like, y'all maybe hate that I'm about to say this, but I'll be honest with you. I am probably playing Tony Pollard and Cam Scat over Travis Etienne. I think right now Travis Etienne is going to be the running back that I bench. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's look at this next one. This is Logang trading ETN for JCM and Chase Brown. 14-team format. Here, I'm willing to say that getting the extra running back probably makes sense. 10-team league, I don't know if JCM ever makes a difference for you, but 14-team format, let's run with it. Andrew trading Kamara and Evans for Ginty and Rashee Rice. Kamara to Ginty, lateral move. Evans to Rice, massive upgrade. So yeah, I would go ahead and I'd make this. Now, Lee Shadowed coming through. Jordan Mason, absolute auto start. Tight end, give me Kraft. And then in the flex, we're going to go ahead. We're still going to play Jamar Chase. Don't get me wrong. I'm not excited about Jamar, but I can't tell you to play Trey Benson over him. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next one. This is blind handle. We need a wide receiver and a flex, and it looks like we did not put any of the options that you're wanting. So I'm going to send you over a free start set question so you can resubmit that for us. Now, this next question is going to be from 1K3. Running back, Jalen Warren versus Chase Brown's actually a conversation that we have to have at this point. I will go Chase Brown over him this week, though, because if you are looking at the matchup for Jalen Warren, it is just brutal. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Olave. And then in the flex, I'll take Marv. Again, I think you could make an argument for Warren instead, but just the matchup is really, really tough for us to do that. Now, Filthy Massages, who should we start for these guys in the flex? We're going to go Kyler, Walker, Benson, Brian Thomas, tight end Strange, and then we'll flex. Honestly, at this point, I'm going to flex Quentin Johnston over JMO. Like the depth, or I mean the volume that you are getting is actually better with Quentin Johnston, as crazy as it sounds. Like Jamison Williams got involved right at the beginning of the game on Monday, and then we did not see him through the rest of it. Now, Jan here at running back, JCM, Trevion, Judkins. Give me Judkins for this week. For the flex, you're going to play Brian Thomas and then probably Deebo Samuel if you do end up seeing Terry McLaurin miss this game, which looks like there's a real shot that it happens. Now, Cole Hennessy trading Deebo and Marv for Josh Jacobs. I would do this. Like Marv at this point just looks like a borderline flex play in a 10-team league. Jacobs, you view as that asset. That is a must-start automatic jam every single week, regardless of matchup still. Now, BBSS97, trading Genty, Gibbs, Ladd for Bucky, Barkley, Tet. Genty to Tet, slight downgrade. Gibbs to Barkley, downgrade. Ladd to Bucky, massive upgrade. It's an 8-team league. 8-team league, I'm going to be honest with you, Chief. I think I may rather just keep the best player. Bucky and Barkley would be in our starting lineup. Wide receiver, we'd have London and Ted or London and Wilson. We had the elite tight end. I don't know if Ted's even starting. So, I mean, I guess you could view it as we're trading like Gibbs and Genty for Bucky and Barkley. I think ultimately this is going to be a fair deal and it's going to be up to you. If you want to go the Bucky Barkley side, I'm not going to fault you. I just don't like trading away Gibbs in an 8-team league. Bold Fate trading Chuba for Judkins. I would rather have Chuba because Chuba's going to have a larger receiving role. I hope I'm wrong. I definitely drafted way more Quinshon Judkins this year than Chuba Hubbard. But realistically, as of now, Judkins is only getting work on first and second downs. Now, Beant 33. This is Scat and Pickens versus Jamar and Ayomanor. So Ayomanor is literally meaningless in this deal. I would trade Pickens and Scat for Jamar. As with Scat, I really like the receiving usage that he has in New York, but touchdowns are just going to be limited based off the fact that it's a garbage offense. Maybe Jackson Dart improves it, but with that in mind, you're probably not able to assume that Scat has the same amount of targets that we saw this past week if Dart does what he did in the preseason, which is run the ball a ton. Now, Bank, always happy to see you. Let me make sure you have plenty of free questions for you to be able to send them in whenever you want. Let's send you a bunch. Says, Mason, we did not cook in the draft, and now we're 0-3. I have no idea how we're going to change the team around. I tried trading Warren and Bowers, but everyone is giving bad offers and hard lowballing. So if we are 0-3, I don't know if Warren's the player that we want to be sending. So let me first look at this deal. This deal, you'd be down tiering from Jefferson to London, down tiering from Judkins to Montgomery, moving Tootin, Ridley for Hunter, which is inconsequential, and essentially getting the elite QB. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. A leftover, we'd have Chase. Oh, you mean Trevion Henderson? Okay. Oh, you mean Tyler Warren and Bowers? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you meant Jalen Warren. But, okay. Let's just take a scope of the entire team and look at what we need to try to sell. We need to try to sell Tyler Bourne. We need to try to sell Brock Bowers. You already know this. You're saying that our league mates are playing hardball and they're not willing to make a move with us. Looking at what we have when it comes to the other players on our team that would be clear sells, in my opinion. Byshell Tootin gives us long-term upside. However, obviously, we need to focus about points right now. Can't start him right now. I think I would also be looking to try to sell Trevion Henderson. I love Trevion Henderson for the long term. But the issue is, again, you're just not able to start him right now. And that's what we need to be worrying about. So what I would prefer to do with a deal like this, even though I actually have Trevion ranked one spot ahead of Judkins rest of season, I just think you'd rather have Judkins right now. So I would take Judkins out of the deal and I'd put in Trevion Henderson. And then on their end, like, do they have I would try to get them to keep Hunter and give us Jacoby instead. And if we could do this trade, it would be an absolute no-brainer for us. And then again, obviously you already know this, but if you could sell one of these tight ends, right? Like if you could send the combo of this team is Britton Strange at tight end. Like realistically, they should want one of these guys. Like, could we just send Bowers and like we need help at receiver? Could we just send Bowers and get back London? It's like London's been any good this year. Drake London hasn't had a game where he scored more than 13.5 points. So I think any of those deals would make sense, but really appreciate you. And like I said, we sent you over a bunch of free questions. So if there's anything you want to follow up with, I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. But it looks like we hit 1,200 likes on the stream. So we need to go through, we need to send out some free questions to people in the chat. So again, if you wanted free questions, we're streaming every single day, answering as many as we can. All you got to do is drop a like on the stream, be subscribed to the channel, and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Again, we are live streaming every single day answering questions. The majority of the questions that we answer in these streams are free, and we give away a ton of free questions in the live stream every single day. So just make sure you are subscribed. It looks like we have a real shot to hit 300,000 subscribers this year. Now, Palladino, this is Jordan Mason, Trey Benson versus Trevion and Igbuka. I think you're upgrading at 2 spots here. I would do this for sure. Maybe not in the short term, but in the long term. The rookies are going to continue to get better. But let's send this over to Deshaun. Let me see if I can find you on the site, my friend. And if so, we'll send over that free question for you. Just found you and just sent you over that free trade. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in the stream. And chat, please let me know when we hit 1,300 and we'll go ahead and we'll send out a couple more. ASAP Jack here at quarterback. I'm going to go with Stafford. Should be a very high total in that game against the Colts. And then for that wide receiver slot, I'm still going to go with, Brian Thomas over Olave. Both wide receivers have been getting a lot of volume. Neither wide receiver has done anything at all with the volume that they have been getting. But I still believe more so in Brian Thomas than I do Chris Olave. Now, Captain Jack trading Walker, Scat, and Devonta Smith for CMC and Trevion. Yeah, this is CMC, and it's not close. Iceberg won a bag trading ETN and Garrett Wilson for JSN. We're going to take JSN there, Chief. Surprise sentiment coming through, or sediment. Cam Scat, Trey Benson are both very interesting. I probably go Benson. And then we're going to play Cam Scat in the flex over Olave and Marv. Or actually, no, you have Ted McMillan. I'm sorry, you got to play Ted. Jay Leaper, this is Lamar. Justice Hill literally does not matter. I know we've used this analogy a bunch in the past, but it's such a good one. Like when you're looking at these deals where it's like, hey, I'm trading Lamar Jackson for James Cook and I'm including these pieces and he's including these. It's like, hey, I'm trading Lamar Jackson and Justice Hill. It's like saying, hey, I'm trading in my Lamborghini and I'm also including the Taco Bell paper bag in the back seat of it. It's like, okay, the Taco Bell paper bag doesn't make any sense. If anything, it makes me less excited about the deal, and just tell me about the Lamborghini. So definitely do not ever don't even include players. Like if they're not ranked inside the top 150 in the rankings and you're looking at one of the best assets in fantasy, don't even include them in the trade. At least when you think about it. So here, Lamar to James Cook upgrade, DJ Moore to Brian Thomas upgrade. So yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll make this trade. Now, Tommy Fleming trading Montgomery for Trev. I would do this. Montgomery's higher in my rankings this week, but I think Trev's going to continue to expand his role as time goes on. Now, TJ going through and starting Tet in a full PPR format. Sounds like he'll be good to go. Between Judkins and Scat, Scat does give you the receiving skill set, but he does have such a bad matchup against the Chargers. So I probably go Judkins in the other flex. And even if Godwin plays, Godwin's not startable his first week in. Now, TJ says, I'm 1-2, but I have a lot of wide receivers. What should I do? If you're 1-2 and Godwin's, you got to package together you got to package together a couple wide receivers to get a better quarterback there with your team, my guy. It's a league where you start 2 receivers in a flex, and it looks like you have 4 viable receivers on your bench. Now, the legend of Mr. D here, quarterback Kyler versus Caleb. I'm going to go Caleb. I think you are in a better game environment, to be honest. Running back, we have Bucky and Jahmyr Gibbs starting. Wide receiver, this last spot, you're going to go ahead. You'll take A.J. Brown. And then take out Marvin Harrison and put in Rome Odunze as well. And then tight end, I'm going to go with Jawan Johnson, of course. Now, Ravioli trading Olave and Devonta Smith for Travis Hunter and Ladd McConkey. Upgrading to Ladd, downgrading to Hunter. It's a 14-team league. Do we need to start Hunter immediately? Would have Ladd, Quentin Johnston, running back Gibbs, Hampton, and then in the flex, yeah, you may end up having to put in Travis Hunter. This is a deal that I'd be happy to make in a couple of weeks. As of now, you probably make the trade to get Ladd and Hunter and buy low on them, but not super excited about it at the moment. Now let's go over and let's look at what we have with our next one. This is Caveman Lawyer. Wide receiver, I'm going to go Brian Thomas over Marv. For the flex, I'm just going to take the running back with a guaranteed opportunity. I'm just going to take Quinshon. I'm not super excited about Marv. Marv is not one of these guys I'm trying to buy low on because this is the continued trend that we had since last year. Next question, B. Henley. Here, quarterback Dak versus Daniel Jones. Dak, horrible matchup. Give me Daniel Jones. Jefferson, auto starter receiver. And then in the flexes, we're going to go with Rome Odunze. Dear God. Let me see if Underdog has a pick'em projection up for Chase Brown. Is Chase Brown total dust? Chase Brown feels like one of the toughest guys for me to rank this week. As you look at Chase Brown, you are getting volume. 15 opportunities this past week, 19 the week before, 24 the week before that. So you're averaging 20 opportunities a game. Trey Benson right now on Underdog is currently higher or lower, 86.5 total yards, 13.5 fantasy points. Please tell me they have a Chase Brown. They don't have anything for Chase Brown. God dang. I frankly don't know. I would probably start one of the running backs here, and then the other spot, maybe Devontae Adams. Just whatever you do, do not start T. Higgins here. Whatever you do, do not start Higgins. That's the one thing I can say with confidence. As somebody that may have to start T. Higgins this week and hates himself for it. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh this, see if we have any more questions. I know we have more questions. See how many more questions we have to get through. A lot. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's check out some more teams, because obviously we have a bunch of teams that we still need to get through as well. So we'll skip by the dynasty teams. We'll get those in a dedicated dynasty live stream. But let's go ahead and let's check this out for other thread. Says, I'm 1-2, already made claims for Benson and Godwin, so I'm dropping Downs and Ingram, but I'm at the 9, so okay, we'll see what we ended up getting here. Want to move Ridley and TP before Spears returns. I'm going to be honest with you, Chief. There is nothing you could get for Calvin Ridley. If you went door to door with your league mates and you told them, hey, fine, sir, I have Calvin Ridley. I'm raising money for a trip. Can you give me, can you just give me a bag of peanuts? Can you spare a bag of Lay's honey barbecue chips? They're going to tell you no, that they don't know what they would do with Calvin Ridley. You're not going to ever be able to sell Calvin Ridley for something here, my guy. Don't fool yourself into thinking you can. Tony Pollard, kind of the same thing. I don't think you're going to be able to get anything for him. Hopefully we got Benson. Of course we didn't. Your league mates knew what they were doing. So yeah, if your league mates knew what they were doing, there's no way they will trade for Ridley. Now, looking at what we currently have on the squad, we have Bo Nix at quarterback. So if we have Bo Nix at QB, like realistically, like we can roster a second quarterback. It's a league in which you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So I understand that the depth does matter somewhat at wide receiver, but I would cut if Jalen Coker's not on our IR, I would cut Jalen Coker in favor of Kyler Murray. If Coker's on our IR, then obviously you just kind of leave him be. I would cut Josh Downs for Kyler Murray if Coker's on your IR, though. And then looking at what we have with the other waiver wire pivots, you have Rachaad White as a potentially interesting name that if you were to see an injury to Bucky Irving, then all of a sudden we can say that Rachaad White probably turns into a league winner. But yeah, pick up Kyler at the very minimum, drop Josh Downs, and give yourself another quarterback that we can play the matchups with from Bo Nix. Because Bo Nix hasn't been great this year. Going over and looking at what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with the combination of Bijan Robinson, Kenneth Walker, and Quinshon Judkins. So 3 completely fine running backs. Tony Pollard may not even be in your lineup right now. So like obviously if you could sell Tony Pollard and like Jawan Johnson and go get Jake Ferguson, do it. But I just think that it's going to be hard for you to pull that off. Wide receiver, we have Nico Sutton, a great wide receiver 2, wide receiver combo. Wide receiver 1 combo. I'm fine having Ladd at wide receiver 3. We have Godwin wide receiver 4. So wide receiver depth looks very good. And again, tight end Jawan Johnson. Like Jawan's been fine. We're 1-2. We've scored 356 points so far. I mean, I would like to sell Pollard and Jawan to get an upgrade to like Ferg. I would like to sell Pollard and Bo Nix to see if we can get an upgrade to an elite QB. It's just not happening. If you could go like Pollard and Ladd McConkey to pivot over and get a wide receiver like A.J. Brown, let's go for it. Because again, I understand like Pollard's never hitting our starting lineup here, right? He's not even our top 3 running back. And that's even with no Spears right now, but especially as we get Spears back in, then there's no way you're looking at him. So I agree with the sentiment. I just think you're going to have a harder time selling those names. I think the main thing I would do is drop Josh Downs, pick up Kyler Murray. And then I don't think that there's much else to say, to be honest, but I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Let me send you over some free questions. And I wish I had more to help with, but I just don't. Okay. Now, yeah, if there's anything that you have specifically that you want me to look at, I'd be super happy to try to help you out. You have those free vouchers in your account now. Okay, let's move this over to our next question. This next one's going to be from EV Freeman. Says third most points, 1 and 2, 10 team PPR. Double flex, looking to do trades. Had Zay and Gibbs, but played against Montgomery last night. And his kicker DST had 40 combined. My team is consistent, but haven't had the right blowups. Should we just be patient? So yeah, third most points, like what are you going to do about it, right? I mean, I'm not going to say the depth's going to be the most important thing here, because frankly, if we are looking at this, it's a 10-team league, so there still should be quality options on the bench. Looking at what we have with quality options on the waiver wire. Like looking at the options on the waiver wire right now, you have Keon Coleman out there, you have Nick Chubb out there. So while of course the depth matters because we can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, it's going to be easy to come by. Now looking at what we have at quarterback, we have May and Caleb Williams. So 10-team league, this is not a good quarterback room. 10-team league, we very much are needing to go through and try to do what we can to upgrade at QB. We realistically have Trevion RB3. We have RJ Harvey RB4. So we have a lot of long-term upside at RB. Wide receiver, JSN, London, Flowers, Debo, both in the flex. We have Marv at wide receiver 5. We have Olave wide receiver 6, both on the bench. And then again, we have the long-term upside of Trevion. We have the long-term upside of Harvey, and we have the long-term upside of Kittle. So this team has a tremendous amount of long-term upside. I think that what this team should want to do is it should want to upgrade at quarterback. How do we get to Daniel Jones? How do we get to Jalen Hurts? How do we get to Josh Allen? Like, if you could potentially send Drake London and Caleb Williams, Drake London and Drake May, and get to Lamar, get to Allen, and then you slide up Flowers, Debo, Marv, we still have plenty of options for the flexes, and then we can just pick up Keon Coleman, pick up Nick Chubb for free. Let's go for it. One thing to mention as well is if we are currently 1 and 2, obviously there is a potential play for us to try to, to try to sell Kittle. My only hesitation with it is if you're third in points, then you don't necessarily need to make moves right now, because if we go to 2 and 2, then realistically we'll be in top half the league standings literally after this next week. So I would try to trade for the elite QB. I would try to send like London and Caleb, London and May to go get Lamar, go get Allen. I don't necessarily think like if you could sell Flowers in either quarterback to get to Hurts or Daniels, you do it. Maybe the Daniels team's frustrated. I would also consider cutting Trey Tucker and picking up Keon Coleman here as well. But yeah, I think you want to get to one of the top 4 quarterbacks, whether it's Jaden Daniels, whether it's Jalen Hurts, whether it's Allen, whether it's Lamar. And I think you want to sell a wide receiver just because, I mean, you have Marv wide receiver 5, Olave wide receiver 6, and then freaking Keon Coleman for free on the waivers. But I really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be from CJ999. Says, I thought this was a killer draft, but so far only Bucky and Gibbs have been holding it down. I'm 1 and 2. Brian Thomas Jr. has been a major disappointment. If you drafted Gibbs, Bucky, and Brian Thomas Jr., you did have a great draft. Smith inconsistency, Evans injured, and I have major doubts for Tyreek unless he's dealt. Should I try to trade for a top tier wide receiver role with what we've got? So we are currently second in the league in value. In terms of points scored, however, we are near the bottom of this league. Thank God we are 1 and 2 and not 0 and 3 though. I'm pulling this up. Quarterback, we have Herbert, we have Dak. So realistically, Justin Herbert, we are starting every single week here. I mean, without CeeDee Lamb, it's going to be difficult to ever project Dak Prescott as a quarterback that we are excited to start. Going over and looking at what we have at running back, we have Gibbs, Bucky, then Scat with the breakout, which kind of saves us here. This is a start 8 format, so the positional depth is going to matter a little bit more. So realistically, Scat's in a flex, and we're starting Rome, Brian Thomas, Tyreek. And then like Devonta Smith, Jordan Addison are on the bench. We can wait for Mike Evans to come back in the long term. We have the elite tight end with Tyler Warren. I actually think you have a great team here. Options on the waiver wire, like it looks like there will be a shot that in a league like yours, you probably eventually get like a league-winning running back coming from waivers. I'm not saying that Bucky Irving specifically is going to get injured. I'm not saying that like Bijan Robinson specifically going to get injured, but running backs like that, if they are on our bench and you could pick them up for free, I'm sorry, on the waiver wire that you can pick up for free. I'm very sorry. I'm tripping over my words. We've been live for almost 3 hours. I wouldn't be surprised if like eventually you have a league winning running back coming from the waiver wire. In terms of up tiering to an elite wide receiver, if you're 1 and 2 and you wanted to try to send Mike Evans and Tyreek, like if you could send Evans and Tyreek to go out there and get Jefferson, Nico, Chase, it would be an absolute no-brainer. But again, much easier said than done. In a 10-team league, not many teams are going to need that kind of depth. Scat really does save us with the Evans injury, so I think your team's going to be fine. Let me go through and let me look at what we have at quarterback real quick on waivers. We have like Purdy. I would possibly consider dropping Dak for Purdy if this is going to be your QB2 anyway, and we're not starting him this week. Because with the Lamb injury, I don't know exactly how excited we should be about Dak Prescott. And with the Bosa injury, it looks like the Giants defense just got a little bit worse. They maybe have to be a little bit more pass happy later in the season. But let me send you over some free questions. I know you're always out in the chat with us, my guy. I really do appreciate you. And really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. I think your team's going to be fine because you got the scat breakout, though. Now, Eli Davis coming through with our next question. Says, traded Chuba, Pacheco, Golden for Lamb, Downs, Franklin. Guy only had Kyron and Connor at running back, so took the chance to get Lamb. Thinking about trying to trade Nico for Judkins and A.J. Brown. I would not like that unless you're... Actually, it's a 14-team league. Never mind. Sorry. Then turning A.J. Brown into another running back like Achane, Hampton, etc. You're not going to get Achane for A.J. Brown in a 14-teamer. Thoughts on this or any other tips you may have? So we're 1 and 2, 302 points scored. So we are near the bottom of the league in points scored. However, we have a decent amount of value on this team. Here's the thing, my guy. It absolutely sucks. But I think you need to turn around and you need to sell CeeDee Lamb. The price point you got CeeDee Lamb at was great. Don't get me wrong. But at the moment, we are 1 and 2. We are near the bottom of the league standings. Our running back 1 is Zach Charbonnet, and our running back 2 is Braylon Allen. We have a better wide receiver 1 than most people in this league with JSN. We have a better wide receiver 2 than anybody in this league with Nico Collins. And we have a better flex than anybody in this league with Drake London. We have a great tight end with Tyler Warren as well. Quarterback, we're going to be able to play the matchups between Dart and Fields. This team has a lot going for it. But if we're 1 and 2, we can't afford to wait for the long-term value of CeeDee Lamb. We're first in the league analyzer by far at wide receiver, but we are 14th at running back. So again, that Lamb for Chuba deal that you effectively did makes a ton of sense. I really like it, but you need to turn around and you need to now try to sell CeeDee Lamb for a running back. Which the hope that you have to have is who we bought CeeDee Lamb from didn't shop him adequately enough and we are able to flip him. Now, every league's going to be different. My league that I play in, I know my league mates, they would never let me trade for an option like Lamb on the discount and then immediately flip him for a profit. So I'm not saying that you were going to get some massive, massive deal for him, right? But let's go through and let's look at the teams that are at the top of this league. This team has Bijan, James Cook, Travis Etienne. Obviously, I'd sell CeeDee Lamb for James Cook in a heartbeat. I would sell CeeDee Lamb for the combo of, hell, maybe you go like CeeDee Lamb and Fields for Lamar, Etienne, and Sutton. Actually, you're not getting that much. Maybe you go CeeDee Lamb and Fields and try to get back Lamar and Etienne. You're not going to get Sutton there as well. Okay. Let's move over to this next team. They have Jordan Mason would be a great pull for your team specifically. Could we send Lamb for Jordan Mason and Egbuka? This team is Kamara, Javonte, Judkins. Can we send Lamb for Javonte and Wilson? And please, other people watching this, don't think you should be making this deal with CeeDee Lamb. This is a 14-team format. Going to be a little bit different. This team has Bucky White, so they don't really have the running back production. This team has Swift, RB3. Could we send them Lamb for Swift and Adams? They're 2-1. Maybe they can afford to wait on them. Can we send them Lamb and Fields for Judkins and... I'm sorry, they didn't have Judkins. Can we send them Lamb and Fields for Hurts, Scat, and like Flowers? This team has Allen. Can we send them Lamb and Fields for Allen and Pollard? Like, you just have to parlay some of this Lamb value into a running back. That way we can stay in it. Our running back 2 can be garbage, but we at least have to have a serviceable RB1. I mean, your wide receiver room and your flex is going to win you some weeks straight up, kind of regardless here. But you're 1 and 2. We can't just afford to think about long-term upside. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And again, if there's anything else that I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'd be super happy to help any way that I can. Let me go ahead and send you over some free questions. Just in case there's anything else that you want me to take a look at. Now, Onyx Oxalot coming through says, week 4 projections look too close for comfort. Wondering if I should make any changes or try to do any trades. So in general, this is an 8-team league, right? 8-team league. The waiver wire is going to be loaded. We want to make 2-for-1, 3-for-1 deals to get improvements inside the starting lineup whenever we can. We are 5th in this league out of 8 in terms of points for, but somehow we are 3-0. We are by far and away the best team in this league when it comes to points against, and we are the only undefeated team in this league. It's a league in which you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. We have London, A.J. Brown, Rome Odunze, and Tet. Brian Thomas is our wide receiver 5. Again, this is an 8-team format, so you go over to the waiver wire, Travis Etienne is out there. Trevion Henderson is out there. So if I'm looking at the first thing I'm going to try doing with this team is I'm just going to simply drop Jordan Addison. I'm going to pick up Travis Etienne. Then the second thing that I'm going to be doing with this team is I'm going to try to do whatever I can to upgrade to an elite quarterback. I would sell in an 8-team league Drake London and Herbert for Josh Allen. A.J. Brown and Herbert for Allen. London and Herbert for Lamar. A.J. Brown and Herbert for Lamar. I would sell Rome Odunze and Herbert for Jalen Hurts. I would sell Tet and Herbert for Jalen Hurts. And don't do this in your 12-team format. Very, very different. But here, you make that 2-for-1 deal. You get the elite quarterback. You have the elite tight end. You have running back production. You have wide receiver production. And hell, you can just use the extra roster spot to pick up somebody like Travis Etienne for free. So I 100% think that what you need to do with your team is you need to just go out of your way and you need to do anything that you can to upgrade to an elite QB. because the rest of the roster is absolutely phenomenal. And like I said, I would already make that waiver wire pivot where I would cut Jordan Addison for Travis Etienne right now. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. But there's not much more to say with this team. I think it's very clear, cut and dry what you want to be doing here. But it looks like we just hit 1,300 likes on the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions in the chat. Again, all you got to do to get those free questions will be drop a like on this live stream. Be subscribed to the channel. We are sending out free questions every single day. I'm live streaming every single day until Christmas. And drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Completely free to have an account on flockfantasy.com. I would say use code FLOCK when you sign up. That way, if you get picked for one of those free questions, you are able to, I'm able to find you on my account page and send it over to you. But this next team we're going to be taking a look at here is going to be Faded Legend. Says, my boy and I won this league last year. Felt like I had a ton of depth, but Brown, London, and Ginty are killing us. Do we start Judkins and Scat over Brown and Ginty at this point? I would not do that yet. I would give it one more week. Nobody likes to trade in this league. Do we start a new one over London? We're 1-2 currently. Thanks, my guy. Thank you. I really appreciate you and excited to check this out. I'm going to send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with this later. And let me also send out a free question to somebody in the chat real quick. We'll send this out to ejack702. Give me 1 second to see if I can find you. And if not, we'll pick somebody else. God, I have not. We've been live streaming for 3 hours straight. I've drank a ton of water. I've not had to pee a single time. It's got an embarrassing amount of sushi and soy sauce before this. I'm loaded up with salt. But it looks like I cannot find you on the site, my guy. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you signed up. If you have not used the code, you can add it to your account page. Nero, aka Vincent, always appreciate you hanging out with us. And let me go ahead and send you over that free trade question. Appreciate you being in the chat. But Faded Legend, let's go ahead and let's, first things first, make sure that we can submit your starting lineup. This week's going to be very important. We've lost the last 2 weeks. So quarterback here, I think I am actually going to play Daniel Jones over Baker this week in particular. Reason being is if we go ahead and we look at Baker Mayfield's, you have a really tough matchup going up against Philly, while at the same time, you don't have Mike Evans, and you may not even have Godwin. If Godwin plays, he is going to be banged up. So I would go Daniel Jones. Really good game environment with the over-under, and at the same time, you're looking at a quarterback that has a decent amount of rushing upside. Running back this week, I'm going to go with Ginty, Chase Brown, wide receiver London, Rome, and then in the flex, we're going to go Igbuka, and then we have the elite tight end with Trey McBride. Your team, you have plenty of depth. Here's going to be the issue with your team. There will always be 2 running backs that crush it. There will always be 2 wide receivers that crush it. And there will always be a flex that crushes as well. Now, with that being said, good luck picking them. Good luck figuring that out of who's it going to be. So realistically, what I would do in this instance is I would try selling some of this depth. And from what I've seen with most teams, from what I've seen with most trades, you're not going to be able to sell Pierce Hall. You're not going to be able to, obviously you won't be able to sell freaking Jerry Jeudy. Like if you are going through and making a trade, it's mainly going to hinge on you selling a running back to a team that needs one. Like let's go through and let's see. I know you said your league mates aren't big traders, but we can at least try. Let me find the teams that are worst at running back here in your league. This team is Etienne, Hubbard, Pollard. So they have starters. They just don't have anybody good. This team, I guess, is like RJRV as their RB3. Like if you could make a 2-for-1 deal where we go through and we send them like Chase Brown and Drake London to get to Malik Neighbors, Chase Brown and Rome Odunze to get to Nico Collins, Cam Scat and Roma Dunze to get to Nico, like any of these, essentially any running back not named Ashton Genty, and any wide receiver that we have to get to Malik Neighbors, or any wide receiver that we have not named London to get to Nico Collins. We can do it because like all your running backs look the same. All your wide receivers look the same. That's why it's going to be impossible to figure out who to start. Going over and looking at this next team, they actually have the running back depth. They have the similar issue to you at wide receiver. They just don't necessarily know who you would start with that many names. I love the fact that we have the elite tight end. One thing that we could do as well is if you could find a team that maybe really needed help at running back, like this team that we just looked at, if you could send them like Ashton Genty and Baker Mayfield for Josh Allen, I think you could go ahead and look at making a deal like that as well. Also include Daniel Jones if they want him, because obviously we would just immediately turn around and cut Daniel Jones afterwards. And then looking at waiver wire pivots, I would say that I would cut Jaden Reed in favor of Rachaad White, where if you were to get an injury to Bucky Irving, Rachaad White obviously explodes in value and Jaden Reed really doesn't have that path. And if we were looking at like Jaden Reed on the IR, then obviously you just kind of got to leave him here. But let me send you over. I think I already sent you over those free questions, right? Yeah, we sent you over those free questions. So if there's anything else that you have that you want us to take a look at, I'd be super happy too. But thank you again, my friend. Really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now, Saram, long-time member of the flock. Always happy to see you. We're going to get to your team in 1 second. I do need to log out, log back in, just so we can keep this show rolling. I will say to stall as I do this, obviously I'm going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas, answering a bunch of questions, looking at a bunch of teams. The majority of the questions that I answer, the majority of the time we spend in this live stream is actually on the free questions for people that just win them for hanging out with us in the chat. So if you haven't already, make sure you go down there and subscribe to the channel. And if you hit the bell next to the subscribe button, YouTube will tell you when we go live as well. Now, Saram says, yes, Mason, congrats on 3-0, never in doubt. Finally off the market 1-2, needed that win. Any waiver wire pickups? We dropped Andrews for Downs last week. Should we drop Fannin for Andrews? The thing with Andrews is, like, while obviously comes through with the big week this past week, realistically speaking, like, we just had him finally do something the first 2 weeks, and where the Baltimore Ravens had dropped 80 points, he had 7 receiving yards. And what happens when Isaiah Likely comes in? Like, if we can't trust him now, how could we ever trust him when Likely is in? And then any other pickups, also a little worried about Chase Brown and my wide receivers while Worthy's out. There's an outside chance that we end up getting Worthy back this week. But obviously, I understand being concerned about Chase Brown. I think everybody is concerned about Chase Brown. And it's just very difficult for us to have much to say there. Like, you have the reason to be concerned. But it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Taking a look at the team that we have here. The depth at the skill positions, not going to matter much. Like I said, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. We are number 1 in the league analyzer in terms of value. We have the elite quarterback with Lamar. Love having the elite QB here. Running back, we have Gibbs, Chase Brown, Trey Benson. So if Chase Brown turns out to be nothing, then at that point, you could just hope that it is Trey Benson. Wide receiver, we have Rashee Rice in the long term. And here's the thing, man. You got Tet and Wilson to start in the short term. So even if we have no Worthy this week, you are still going to be okay going Tet Wilson right now. And then, like, you have Trey Benson in the flex. So our starting lineup at the moment is Lamar Jackson at QB. Running back, we have Gibbs, Chase Brown. Wide receiver, Tet Wilson. We have Trey Benson in the flex. Tight end, we have Juwan. So realistically, when we're looking at what we have with the starting lineup, it's completely fine. It's not like we need to get some value out of the Kansas City Chiefs wide receivers just yet. I mean, if we get one more week where Chase Brown just looks unstartable, then maybe at that point, yes, it's like, hey, man, I really need an upgrade in the flex. So I would say trade-wise, and honestly, even waiver wire moves at this point, I'm not really wanting to do anything for your roster. I think you're in a really good spot. Again, you're number one in the league analyzer at the moment. Let me see. How are we 1 and 2? Is it just an unlucky situation, or is it, I guess maybe we just haven't scored that many points, right? I mean, we are 4th with points against. But I guess maybe we just got to be realistic. If we had the Worthy injury and then we had Rashee Rice that we drafted, obviously we're going to have to wait a little bit of time. But let me think about what else we have here. I don't think you make any trades. I think if we find ourselves in a spot where we fall to 1 and 3, then at that point you panic sell Rashee Rice, especially if Chase Brown looks like garbage, just so you can go ahead and just so you can actually get a viable play when it comes to the flex. But I think Trey Benson kind of saves your team here. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And yeah, let me make sure you have free questions just in case if you ever want to send anything in, my guy. You know I really appreciate you. Now let's move this over to Enchanting Ad. It says, hey Mason, feeling like my team is better than 0 and 3. We just traded Chase Brown for London. Any other moves needed here? Okay, Chase Brown for London. I have no idea how the hell you did that after this past week, to be honest. Let's go ahead and let's check this out. Okay. We are number 1 in the league analyzer. We've scored 285 points. So, I mean, we're 9th in this league when it comes to points scored. We're just 2nd in this league with points against. But the thing is, if we are 0 and 3, it doesn't matter if we have the most value with this league. You just need points in the starting lineup right now. Looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Jordan Love, Brock Purdy. So we are essentially just starting whoever has the better matchup. I mean, when Purdy is healthy, but obviously we're having to roll with Jordan Love right now. This may actually be a viable spot to start Jordan Love this week. Because this week with Jordan Love, like, you have a great matchup against the Dallas Cowboys. Running back, we have the combo of Bijan Robinson, Trevion Henderson, Trey Benson. So we're starting Bijan, Trey Benson. Wide receiver, we're starting London Rome. We have Tyreek in the flex. We have Tucker Kraft, Jake Ferg at tight end. Here's the thing. You are 0 and 3. You need to go get a quarterback that we like right now. And at the same time, we need to get an upgrade and we need to get something for Trevion. Like, if Trevion Henderson's our running back 2 here, I like Henderson a lot long term, but it doesn't matter what we think about him long term or even that I think he can break out right now. You just need somebody in your starting lineup. So I wouldn't mind trying to send like Trevion Henderson and Drake London to try to get to an up tier at wide receiver. I love the price point that you just got London at, but if you could go Trevion and London to get Nico Collins, I think that would be a no-brainer. I would go like Trev and Rome as well to try to get an upgrade at the flex. Tucker Kraft is also expendable. So if you wanted to try to send like Tucker Kraft and Trevion Henderson, we can look at teams that really need help at tight end because Jake Ferguson's going to be a must-start player for us. What can we get value-wise for Tucker Kraft? This team is Jalen Hurts at quarterback. Is there any world ever which we can try to send them the combo of like Love and Kraft to get to Jalen Hurts? If so, we would go for it, but much easier said than done. This team has absolutely nothing at tight end, right? Is there a world in which we can try to send them like Tucker Kraft and Trevion to go get to Henry? Or Tucker Kraft and London to get to Neighbors? I'm sure this would have been easier after the Thursday night game where obviously you had Kraft going nuclear then. This Laporta teams may be okay. The Jawan Johnson's teams may be okay. This Ertz team, maybe they just want that top end tight end. If you could go like Kraft and Henderson to get to Amari and Hampton, I think you do that. But the pieces that you would look to sell on a roster like this would be Trevion, Kraft, and then obviously the depth wide receivers you don't necessarily need. But let me see, is there anything else that we have to say? I don't think so. Let me go ahead and let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with here. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. Okay. Ty Chicks got Diggs with a crazy dono. If y'all don't know, Ty Chicks is always out here with us in the chat. Has been for a long time. Let me go ahead and make sure you got everything that you could need to always send in free questions, my guy. I'll send you over a free team review if you want us to look at this team later. Let's send you over a bunch of free start sit questions, a bunch of free trade questions. You know, I appreciate you sticking with us so long. Says, hey Mason, hope you're doing well, my man. Lamb going down, just lost me my week. Currently 1-2. Should we trade Henry and Lamb for Bucky, Jefferson, and Kamara? So here's going to be the thing with your team specifically. We are number one when it comes to value, but your league, the depth is completely meaningless. And you probably already know this. I probably have already told you this 1,000 times. But if we're looking at what we have here, it's an 8-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. If we're looking at quarterback, having Lamar here gives us a significant edge over the rest of the field. But like right now, we're starting this week, Derrick Henry, Amari, and Hampton, Puka, A.J. Brown, and then in the flex, probably like Quinn Shawn and the net tight end, Tyler Warren. So like the starting lineup is fine. And then on the bench, we have Trevion, Trey Benson. I'd actually go Benson there over Judkins. I apologize. Start Trey Benson in the flex. We have Lamb on the bench. We have Thomas. We have Higgins. We have Terry. So I say with a lot of teams that we look at, if you're 1-2, yes, you need to go through and you need to sell CeeDee Lamb if you just had the Lamb injury. But you're fine. You have the depth. Like it frankly doesn't matter for you. Like if I was going to sell CeeDee Lamb here and Derrick Henry, it's like, I just want a better running back. That's the reason for it. So like Derrick Henry to Bucky Irving in a full PPR format's an upgrade. Lamb to Jefferson's an upgrade, and we get Kamara for free. So yeah, I would do it. I would do it without Kamara as well. But my preferred deal, to be honest, would be like, let's go ahead and let's see what team has Bucky here. What team's looking to make that move? Maybe that trade's no longer on the table because a different team has Kamara than it has Bucky, unless I'm blind. Yeah, this team is Bucky and they don't have Kamara. And they don't have Jefferson either. So I guess maybe the Bucky team was looking to deal and that's no longer there for us. Here's my move in an 8-team league where we only have 2 receivers in a flex. Can we send Derrick Henry and CeeDee Lamb for McCaffrey? Can we send Derrick Henry and CeeDee Lamb for Jonathan Taylor and Rashee Rice? Can we send Derrick Henry and CeeDee Lamb for Saquon Barkley and Rashee Rice? Because long-term wide receiver, you have Puka wide receiver 1. You have A.J. Brown wide receiver 2. Like, you're still fine. The wide receiver depth's meaningless. Obviously, another thing that I would look to do with your team, having CeeDee Lamb, you don't necessarily have to do this, but I mean, it doesn't really matter either way. T. Higgins and CeeDee Lamb, because T. Higgins in your league is literally meaningless. You'll never start T. Higgins. T. Higgins and CeeDee Lamb to try to go and get an upgrade to like Nico Collins. T. Higgins and Lamb to go and get Jefferson, to go and get Amon-Ra St. Brown, to go and get Malik Neighbors. I think we would look at making that kind of deal as well. But again, I think if you just rolled with this team going into the future, you're just fine. I would say like you don't necessarily need to roster the second quarterback here. Like Bo Nix is on waivers, Goff's on waivers. So I'd probably drop Daniel Jones myself and pick up Charbonnet because if you were to get an injury to Kenneth Walker, I think Charbonnet projects out as like a top 5 running back at that point, which he actually probably would be a solid play for your flex, which there's no world in which you ever start Daniel Jones over Lamar. So I'd probably make that one waiver wire pivot. But I really appreciate you, my guy. I sent you over that free roster review. So if you ever wanted to send in this team later, I'd be happy to look at it. Sent you over a bunch of free start sit, a bunch of free trade questions. So anything that you ever need help with this season, I'd be super happy to try to help you in any way that I can, my guy. But let me pivot over and let me get back to some of the quicker questions. And then, of course, we'll go back to the team reviews. But these are going to be the trade questions, the start set questions. This is Jay says, on a 3-0 streak, is this a good move to make? I have them ranked wide receiver 11 and wide receiver 10. I think Rome Odunze is ranked out of A.J. Brown with the expert average rankings. For me, I just think that, frankly, it is going to be up to you here. Okay. Now, Daro Clan with our next one says, looking to strengthen the RB2, what can we get for Ricky and Metcalf? Maybe wide receiver 2. Okay, looking to strength running back 2. I don't know how to answer this, my guy. If you were trading Ricky and Metcalf, what running backs could you get? I'd probably be looking at the range of like Amari and Hampton, Kyron Williams. If you could go with those guys, it'd be super easy. If we're looking at maybe like a lower tier, if your league mates are being stingy where wide receiver depth doesn't matter in your league, depending on what your league settings are, maybe you look at like Breece Hall if we needed to. Now, Oishi coming through, quarterback, I'm going to go with Bo Nix over Daniel Jones this week. Really, really good matchup that you have against Cincy. Wide receiver, we're going to go with, dear God. I do have Sutton ranked aggressively here against Cincinnati. I'd probably still go London, though. And then in the flex spot, you got to play Jordan Mason. You have to take the running backs with the guaranteed volume. Absolutely crazy team. Mr. Filthy Wubs, always happy to see you. Trading St. Brown and Kincaid for Chase and Warren. I think the delta here at tight end is larger than the delta at wide receiver. So I'd probably take Chase and Warren, but obviously I'm very worried about it. Megan, Hampton and Ricky Pearsall versus JSN. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. We'd have plenty of running back production still. So yeah, I'll go get JSN. I love Hampton, don't get me wrong, but we'll make it. Now, Mo 1K here trading Ginty for Sutton and Etienne. If you need the depth where Sutton's going to hit your starting lineup and Travis Etienne's going to hit your starting lineup, then sure, like if you just lost CeeDee Lamb, if you just lost Mike Evans, I think it's a fair price point. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to be selling low on Ginty at the moment, but if you need a wide receiver, you need a wide receiver. Now, Ara Muzin, quarter point per carry league. Quarter point per carry league, this is tough. Pacheco's still useless, but Judkins in a quarter point per carry league, let me just think. He may get close to Neighbors in scoring. I'd rather have Adams over Pacheco. I'd rather have Myers over Higgins. If this was a regular fantasy football league, it would be Malik Neighbors and it wouldn't be remotely close. But Judkins' 18 carries last week would have prompted him to go over 20 fantasy points in your league. Like a stat line of 18 carries, 94 rushing yards, and a rushing touchdown in a point per carry league like this, scoring 21 points. Judkins versus Neighbors isn't that far off. So I'm not going to mark either side as a winner just because it's crazy to say that you'd rather have the Judkins side there, but Judkins is interesting in that kind of format. You better be super strong at running back. Like, I want running backs in my flex every single week. Okay. Now, Lysergic, this is a 2-keeper league. Bench is big because of the 3 IR and 4 taxi. Go Daniel Jones over. They're both very exciting plays this week. Both of them have super high over-unders in their games. Both have rushing ups. I'm going to go Caleb. Caleb looked so good last week. I know it was a good matchup. But for the flex, yeah, it looks like a dynasty league bench. Godwin looks like he may play. I'd probably play Hendo regardless, though. I just don't know if you can trust Godwin his first week back. And I think Henderson's workload is going to look good after the Ramondre fumbles. Now, CJSEC. Here for the flex, we're looking at Judkins versus Olave. I would go Judkins, even in a full PPR format. Give me the running back with the guaranteed volume. Robert says, hey, got offered this trade. I would like to have Javonte to stack with Dak. Don't want to lose Sutton, but I do have Godwin coming back. What are your thoughts? Do we hold? Okay, first, let me send you over some free questions, my guy. Appreciate you. So you should have some free questions in case you wanted to follow up with anything. So right now, wide receiver 2 is like either Diggs or Godwin. And here's the thing. Like, you have Pollard, you have Benson, you have Bijan. So for the time being, you're moving Pollard to your bench and you are getting Manor, Diggs, or Godwin in your starting lineup. You're clearly downgrading your roster in the short term. Now, long term, maybe Pollard isn't viable when you end up getting Spears back in, which is something to be concerned with. But I think the value is just going to be very consistent with Courtland Sutton. We saw it at the end of last year. We've seen it now at this point at the beginning of this year. So I think you want to go ahead. I think you want to take Sutton. Now, Law Big EV. Here for the flex, DeAndre Swift over DJ Moore easily. Swift's getting the guaranteed volume. Diego says, hey, Mason, I'm currently 0-3 and we're needing a win. Hampton to Genty, slight downgrade. St. Brown to CMC, clear upgrade. JMO doesn't really matter. And yeah, like running back, I think you can afford to go. Let's go get McCaffrey. Let's go get CMC. You look at McCaffrey over the past 3 weeks, 23, 22, 24 points, and the dude scored 1 touchdown. Like, the touchdowns are coming. T. Middleton, Henry versus Genty and Metcalf. This is an 8-team league, right? 8-team league, DK Metcalf literally never hits your starting lineup. He's meaningless. I'd rather have Derrick Henry. Montreal trading Rome for Pollard and Brian Thomas. How desperate are you for running back? Man, you don't really need one. Because this is a double flex format, like, I'm okay with you going and making this move. But I would probably say for most people in most leagues, Rome's the play that they want. Landon here at running back. I'm going to go Harvey over Jeremy Nichols, Braylon Allen, Byshell Tootin. I know Tootin's had back-to-back touchdowns, but Harvey's getting used as a receiver. And then in the flex, you play Travis Hunter and you send up a prayer. I was going to say garbage team, but 14-team format, understandable. Now, General Mills trading Ibuka, Tet for Lamb and JMO. If you do this deal, you better be 3-0. We'd be starting JSN, Brian Thomas, Kamara, Achan. Who are you putting in your flex? Jordan Addison? Unless you're 3-0, keep the rookies. Now, Kevin, running back, Jordan Mason, auto lock with no Aaron Jones. And then, God dang. Full PPR format. I think you may go Ibuka here. No Evans, banged up Godwin. No Jalen McMillan. Everything's going to funnel through him. Slush Monkey says, I haven't sent it yet, but am I selling 2 people that could be league winners, and should we hold on to Ricky? My guy, if you can get James Cook at this cost, this dude is yet to have a game with under 20 fantasy points. You would get James Cook and you would run. If Trey Benson turns out to make this deal lose it for you, I'll be a happy guy because I'll be richer than you would ever know. Well, you drafted so much Trey Benson this year. But yeah, if you can trade him right now for James Cook, adding Ricky Pearsall, you do it easily. Okay. Now, Big Dom trading Hampton and Rome for Jonathan Taylor. 10-team league, leftover at receiver. We'd have Lamb, Flowers. So we can't start Lamb. We'd be starting Adams, Flowers, Sutton. We'd have Taylor, Javonte, and then like Chase Brown in a flex. I think you knew this in a 10-team format. 12-team format would be a little bit tougher. Now, Canine Rogue with our next one. Here we have JCM Worthy versus Marv. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Realistically, Marv would hit our starting lineup right now. So I think you can make this move. Like, especially with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt banged up. The outlook doesn't look great. Now, Mr. Anonymous trading Javonte Addison Bowers for Rice, Adams, Kincaid. Javonte to Adams upgrade, Addison, or let's go Bowers to Rice downgrade, Addison to Kincaid downgrade. I'd probably rather have Bowers. I'm still a big believer in Bowers, especially in your format. Official LV here at wide receiver. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Devonta Smith. Like, what's the alternative? All these wide receivers are going to be boom or bust. At least we have a long track record with Smith. And it looked great this past week. Official LV trading Trey Benson and A.O. Manor for Ladd. A.O. Manor is essentially meaningless. Running back left over, we'd have CMC, Kyron, Hampton. Yeah, so you have plenty of running back production. I think you can trade Trey Benson for Ladd. Rich Pedro says, starting Chase versus Denver, but I don't really want to. Yeah, you have to, my friend. I know it sucks. Yeah, but especially your wide receiver room is not that good. I think you play Devonta Smith, your other wide receiver spot. And yeah, I think you got to play another wide receiver here in the flex. Probably roll with Pittman. But yeah, Jamar Chase isn't the problem with that starting lineup. CMC plays trading Travis Etienne for George Pickens. On my team, on my league, I would do this. Here, running back, you have CMC, Walker, Jordan Mason. Yeah, so you have so much production. I think you can go ahead and make this deal. Like, frankly, either guy is going to be in your flex spot. And I'd way rather have Pickens there in the flex for you, to be honest. Okay, let's refresh this. And our Famoso is trading Chuba and Smith for Puka Nacua. Take Puka and run for the hills. AJ with our next one. We need a running back here between Swift, Pollard, Benson, Scat. We're going to go with Benson. Wide receiver, give me Wilson here. And then for the flex, I think we're going to take a running back with guaranteed volume. I've been going back and forth between Scat and Pollard. I asked the comment section in the video today what side they think I should go with, and they said Scat, but I frankly don't know yet. Now, M. Selsmers trading Mason and Mason and Devonta for Brees and Pittman. I think the upgrade at running back's larger than the downgrade at receiver. And to be fair, I do have Jordan Mason over Brees Hall in my rankings in the short term. It's just more so long term. Brees is going to be exciting there. Now jump here for the flex. Okay, what can we do? It's really Travis Hunter, Josh Downs, or Trevion Henderson. I'd probably go Henderson and hope that they bench Ramondre after the fumbles. No player there gives you the guaranteed production. Come on, you can come in here. Now, Jameski coming through. For the flex, I know. The dog is wondering why we've been in here for so long. I know, girly. She's going, can we please go on? You want to say hi to everyone? Come here. Come over here. Whenever she wants in rooms, she just goes to the door and just hits it as hard as she can. She's 100 pounds, so her hits are a little hard, aren't they? They're a little hard. Okay. Now, here for the flex, you got to go ahead and you have to take Tyreek Hill. Not even really close. Dolphins project actually to score a decent amount of points this week against the Jets. Now, sad Saints fan is trading Puka for Barkley, downgrade, Scat for Ladd, upgrade, Andrews for Ferg, upgrade. I'll probably do this. I think you're getting 2 clear upgrades in my opinion. Kegger is trading Pickens and Higgins for Lamb. We're 2-1. Afterwards, wide receiver. We'd have Brian Thomas Jr., Zay Flowers, and Waddle. Got offered Pickens for Rasheed. Here's the thing. You're 2-1. Your team isn't going to be garbage after making this deal, so I think we can survive. And if we're just 500 by the time CeeDee Lamb comes back, you're going to love yourself for making this trade. It's close enough where if you're 1-2, I'd say you probably don't want to do it, but 2-1, I think you can roll with it. Now, Versace Drapes here at quarterback, Daniel Jones versus May. I probably go May, 24.5 point implied team total against the Panthers. And then going down to the flex, garbage matchup for Pickens, but he's a must-start player. Big A the Don says we have Jaden Daniels at quarterback, Pitts and Higgins for Lamb, Pittman and Higgins for Lamb. Oh, yeah, I would do this in a heartbeat. Honestly, even if you were 1-2, that's good enough price point where I think you have to do it. Colin says, I think Mason plays E-Giant in Clash Royale. I'm going to be honest with you. My Clash Royale deck, I only have, I'm not maxed out on all my levels. So deck-wise, I'm very limited. The deck that I play, I'm sure that people who know what they were doing would be laughing at hysterically. But it's because it's what I got leveled up. So I don't play E-Giant because my E-Giant is much lower level than my other stuff. And Colin says Flock League clan win. We've had a Flock Fantasy Clash Royale clan for a long time. Now Pace, CMC in the Big Q versus Benson, Bucky, Sutton. Unless you're desperate here, you want the McCaffrey side. Running back 2, we have Swift right now. Wide receiver starting London, McMillan. We have Addis, we're the Big Q in the flex. You're okay to roll with CMC here. You're okay with it. The clan name is Flock Fantasy. I don't know if we have any spots open. We set up the clan months ago, and it filled immediately. And let's just say I got the golem in the pocket. Now, Dougie Fresh has drafted Burrow, JJ, Daniel Jones. I have HN, Jacobs, ETN, Jettas, Wilson, Worthy, and Rice. Let me know, please. Okay. Superflex League. And that's actually Burrow, JJ McCarthy. I'm sorry. So we'd have enough running back and enough wide receiver production left over. So Superflex format, yes, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Mahomes. Isaiah says, if I submit a question right now, will you answer it before the game tomorrow? If you submit a start, sit, or a trade question right now, which you can only do if you have a voucher, you cannot purchase one, it will be answered before I end the live stream tonight. I will answer it regardless of if I have to be streaming until 5 in the morning. Let's move this over to our next one. This is Landon Measle, Chase Brown, Trevion, 14 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. I would still rather have Chase Brown, but I don't know how I can say it with confidence. Like, he's had the volume. He's averaging like 20 opportunities a game. He's been one of the worst players in the league with said volume. I have him ranked at RB20 and RB21, so it is going to be up to you. Now, S'mores, wide receiver. Give me Addison. And then for the flex, dear God. Maybe give me Chubb, but obviously go Terry if he plays. Now, Creamy Baby here at running back. We have Bucky versus Gibbs. Obviously Gibbs. Wide receiver, Igbuka versus Rice. If you can afford to wait, give me Rice. Or I'm paying Worthy and Debo to get it done. What would we have left over in our starting lineup at the moment? We'd be starting Gibbs and Genty. Pickens, you can't do this. Are you're gonna put freaking Matthew Golden in at wide receiver 2 this week? You have to hold on to Bucky and Igbuka on your team. Now, Jake Cook here at running back. Give me RJ Harvey over Caleb and Sharbs. And then tight end between Kincaid and Pitts. I don't exactly know, to be honest with you. I'd probably go Kincaid and just hunt for a touchdown. Obviously, the offense in Buffalo is significantly better than what we have in Atlanta. Vito, yes, I understand that the questions are off. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm trying my absolute best to get them through. If you get the season pass or if you're an annual mother flocker with code FLOCK on the site, you should get free vouchers to ask me questions. But again, use code FLOCK if you want to be able to ask me questions there. Now, Rat Pack here. It's trading J-Mo for Trevion. I'd rather have Trevion at this point easily. D Treats for the flex. I'm going to go with half PPR format. Half PPR format, I'll take the running back there with Benson, but Jacoby Myers looks like he's going to crush in this matchup against the Bears. Now, Paletti, 2-0-1. How the hell did you tie? I'm getting offered Lamb and Henderson or Brees. I would do it, but I would want Brees because instead of Henderson. As realistically, you're going to need somebody that we can actually put in the starting lineup. Now, Hunter here at quarterback. Between Geno and Kyler, give me Kyler. And then for the flex, I think you have to play Tet in a full PPR format over Judkins. Both offenses are garbage. At least you're going to get target volume with one. Okay. Now, Arcaving Worth. Trading Trey Benson and Nico Collins for Jalen Warren, Tet, and Brian Thomas. Downgrade at running back. Down to I don't understand why you would do this. Yeah, I think you easily want the Trey Benson and Nico Collins side of this. Yonder coming through. Give me Trey Benson. Actually, I'm sorry. Give me Amari and Hampton here at running back easily. Wide receiver. Marv versus Waddle is actually a tough conversation this week. I have Marv ranked one spot ahead of him at the moment. Going over to tight ends, I think you're looking at Trey Benson or Travis Etienne. At this point, I'm willing to say Benson. Okay. Trevder says, Yo, Mason, any ideas on a trade of my wide receivers for any of his running backs trying to deal from depth? Okay. I would love to package together any 2 wide receivers that we have to get to Gibbs, obviously. I would package Jalen Waddle with any wide receiver that we have to get to Amari and Hampton. I would send Waddle straight up for Benson or Scat. I would send any wide receiver straight up for Hampton. But I think the most likely deal is you send like Waddle and Pickens, Waddle and Adams, Waddle and Rome, and get Amari and Hampton that way. Now, Yonder trading Achane and Harrison for Chase Brown and Lamb. Achane to Lamb downgrade, Marv, Chase Brown slight upgrade. Looking at running back, it's serviceable. Wide receiver, we'd be starting St. Brown and Waddle. So only way I do this deal is if you're 3-0. If you're 3-0, then sure, you can go for it. Text Radar, it's Etienne and Chase Brown versus RJRV and Alvin Kamara. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. We have so much running back depth that I think you can make this deal to get the upgrade. I would way rather trade for Kyron. I would way rather trade for Hampton. There are so many other players I'd rather make the move for, but you're okay here with making it for Kamara. Now, Rainman trading Ladd for Trevion. Half PPR format, running back, we're okay. Wide receiver, yeah, you definitely need Ladd here. Like, I hope Quentin Johnston continues to crush. I hope Quentin Johnston continues to be the wide receiver 1 in Los Angeles. But realistically speaking, it's probably going to be Ladd McConkey. Now, Mark K coming through here for the flex. George Pickens is probably the auto start in a full PPR format with no Lamb. I really like a lot of those players, though. Now, Trice with our next one. We have Hurts versus 2 future first, Stroud in a super flex league. If you're a rebuilder, I'd take the package. If you're a contender, obviously you can go with Hurts. But the fair price point to get off Hurts on a rebuilding team. Nick trading Brees and Etienne for Jacobs. Leftover at running back, we'd have Jacobs, Judkins, Hendo. We have enough wide receiver production to put in our flex. So yeah, I think 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. You go for it. Now, Hysterio trading Hampton for Jacobs. I still have Jacobs ranked higher in redraft leagues. Binks here at quarterback. We're going to go Bo Nix in a great matchup against Cincy. We'll take Sutton in that same great matchup. And then for the flex, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Kenneth Walker. Walker's a worse play this week, however, just given the fact that, of course, you are looking at him with Charbonnet playing. Now, Mark here for the flex. You just simply have to play Amari and Hampton easily over JMO and Dobbins. Banner Hornet, always happy to see us, says, desperate for running back 2. I want to hold on to Tootin, but I'm 1-2. Yeah, my guy, if you're desperate for running back, you're 1-2. This is a completely fair price point to go get Jordan Mason. I'm 100% about it. And let me send you over another free trade question. Appreciate you always being out here with us, my guy. Now, Upset Duffel, trading Swift and Pickens for A.J. Brown. Running back, we have Benson, Jacobs, Montgomery, Warren. So you can make this deal if you want. I don't think you're winning it by a mile or anything, but you have enough running back depth where if you want it, go for it. Habibi trading Barkley, Pickens for Genty and JSN. Pickens to Genty, slight upgrade. Barkley to JSN, clear downgrade. It's up to you. I probably prefer Barkley myself, but I could see either side winning. I think this is a personal preference trade. Chicken Tindy says, just made this trade for London. How did we do? I would way rather have London over Javonte and Terry, especially in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Seneca trading Jacobs, Pacheco, Smith for Jefferson. We don't really need Jacobs. Pacheco's a 0. We do need help at receiver. So, yeah, I think in a league where you only start 2 receivers in a flex, so the depth's not going to matter much, Pacheco's a 0. You can go get Jefferson there. Now, Cesar Lopez trading Jaden Daniels, Keenan Adams for Herbert, Mixon, Jacobs, Rice. Adams to Rice, downgrade. Daniels to Jacobs, upgrade. Keenan to Herbert, lateral move. I'm Mixon's almost nothing. You can make this move if you're at least 2-1. But if you're 1-2, if you're 0-3, again, you have absolutely no business trading for Rishi. Now, Phil, always happy to see you. Let me make sure you have another free trade question here, my guy. Says, I was offered this. I'm already loaded at running back. Do we keep the big Q? Oh, no, you take this. Yeah, I do not have any counters. If somebody offers you Chuba Hubbard for the big Q, there will be regression hitting the big Q. There's a decent amount of competition. Whereas if you're looking at Chuba Hubbard, he's still getting all the opportunities in Carolina. So let's go ahead and let's take Chuba Hubbard. Now, Neesmith, Chase Brown to Kenneth Walker upgrade. Ricky Pearsall to Pickens upgrade. We're just having to downgrade to RJRV. Yeah, 100% you go for it. Like, if you're able to get out of the concern of Chase Brown at that kind of cost, you for sure do. Neesmith trading Myers for Scat. I think Myers looks so good. Running back, you need help. You just lost Lamb. I would honestly just kind of hold on to Myers for me personally. Like, I have Scat on my team. Maybe I go out there and send an offer of Scat for Jacoby Myers myself in the Flock League. Just thinking about it. Probably help my starting lineup. Vance says, how are people getting the free vouchers? So there are a couple different ways you can get free vouchers. One, just hanging out in the live stream. We give away a ton of free vouchers. Every time we hit 100 likes on the stream, we send out free vouchers to people that are hanging out with us in the chat. So if you haven't already, just go down there, drop a like on this live stream, be subscribed to the channel, which I know you already are. We're going to be giving out free vouchers every single day in the live stream as we always do. And then also, if you get the season pass for flockfantasy.com, or you become an annual mother flocker with code FLOCK, that also gets you set up with free vouchers to go ahead and send us stuff as well. So you can get access, you can buy access to the site, or you can just hang out in the chat for free. And then sometimes we have questions on where you can buy them, but it has seemed like whether we're giving out too many free questions, I don't know. But yeah, it seems like more and more we're just having the vouchers. Like you need a voucher to submit something on the site, essentially. Typically what it seems like is Tuesdays, Wednesdays just get super, super busy where I'm live streaming for like 5 hours straight and I can only answer all the vouchers. But the weekends, typically we can have questions on where it seems like people can buy them, send them in. Rapids trading Terry, Jennings, Pittman for Keon in London. Yeah, I'd probably rather have London. 10 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. We're trading a bunch of quarters for $1. Archie Treasure, give me Bo Nix over Purdy. Great matchup. Flex, Sutton's in that same great matchup, and Scat has a guaranteed volume. Do not play Godwin this week. Now, a Trevor Kiesling trading Igbuka for Ladd and Pearsall in Dynasty. Is this Dynasty or no? No, this looks like a redraft league. So, unless you really needed the depth, I'd probably go ahead and I'd probably take Igbuka here. Garrett, this is Scat, A.J. Brown, Igbuka, Godwin versus Benson, Jacobs, JMO, and Neighbors. Scat to Benson, tomato, up to you. I'd slightly prefer Benson. A.J. Brown to Jacobs. Give me Jacobs. Igbuka to Neighbors. Give me Neighbors. Yeah, this is super easily the Jacobs and Neighbors side. I don't think it's close. Now, Wade's coming through with our next one. Here we need Trey Benson or Devonta Smith for the flex. Please take the running back with a guaranteed volume play, Trey Benson. C-Mac trading Caleb and Rome for Lamar. Yeah, I would 100% go and get Lamar at this price tag. Unless you really need it, unless you had like an Evans or a Lamb injury. Rearington trading Hindo and Jawan for Brian Thomas. Leftover running back, we'd have Taylor Scat. That's about it. Wide tight end, we'd have Hunter Henry, David Njoku. Wide receiver, we have JSN, Jefferson, Adams, Waddle. I think you need running back more than you need wide receiver. So honestly, God dang. Probably tell you the Brian Thomas side, but I don't love it. Willie, Kamara, Judkins versus Jefferson. Give me Jettis. Unless you're desperate at running back. Yeah, no, you had Benson breakout. Take Jettis. McQuinn, here, wide receiver. Give me Sutton at tight ends. Give me Fannin. Goddard is gross. I probably go Fannin. The accountant trading Brees for Tet. I'd rather have Tet at this point unless you needed a running back. Let me refresh this, see how many more quick questions that we have to get through before we can go back to answering some of the team reviews. I think we're going to go through all the quick questions before we get back to the team reviews in just terms of order. That way, if people are waiting to go to bed and they're waiting on a trade question or something, we can get it for them. Team's a bit different now. Also, we'll most likely be giving away the Big Q and Daniel Jones for Igbuka. Golf snaps for you. Incredible. Really stuck on this. Let me know your thoughts. Always happy to see you, my guy. Let me send you over some additional free vouchers just so you can always get questions in if you want. Let's see. Lamb to Neighbors, clear upgrade. Kyron to Hubbard, downgrade. Devonta Smith to Shakir. I wish Jack was in the chat to let us know his record. Looking at this setup, Kyron Benson at running back. So leftover, we'd have Hubbard and Benson at RB. Neighbors, London, Debo. And then we're trading Quentin Johnston and Daniel Jones to get the elite quarterback. I'm sorry, the elite wide receiver. I will do this deal if you are for sure going to be able to get Drake London. Because if you are for sure able to get London, then what that would mean is that would mean Devonta Smith on your team specifically doesn't matter. But CJ, wide receiver, give me Tet. And then in the flex, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Kenneth Walker. But since Walker plays on Thursday, put him in at running back and move one of your RBs down to the flex. Benson, quarterback, give me Daniel Jones. Running back, give me Brees. Wide receiver, we're going to go Chase, Rome. Tight end, give me Bowers. And then for the flex plays, I think you take Brian Thomas. And then your last options like Ridley, Downs, or Hindo. I'm going to go Hindo and hope that this is the week that Ramadre gets benched after the fumbles last week. Now, Joy Fingas trading Hampton, Chase, Smith for Etienne, Henderson, JSN, and London. Chase to JSN, lateral move. Hampton to London, lateral move. Devonta Smith to Etienne and Henderson, way rather have the running backs there. So we're going to go with the JSN side of this. Kingdom says, thoughts on this, or should we target a better receiver? Downgrading from James Cook to Nico. Downgrading from Etienne to Metcalf and Bryant. You need a better receiver than Nico. Like, if we were to redraft today, James Cook straight, like, go just make that deal for Puka. James Cook would straight up go ahead of Nico Collins in a fantasy draft today. Now, Alex trading JSN and Chuba Hubbard for George Pickens. Sorry, JSN for Hubbard and Pickens is JSN, not close. I don't care how desperate you are for running back. You need more value for JSN. Ethan trading Mason, Achane, Shakir, Pearsall versus Gibbs, T. Higgins. Achane to Gibbs, clear upgrade. Mason to T. Higgins, probably a slight downgrade. Honestly, 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Who freaking cares? You're going to have the combo of Puka, Gibbs, and Bijan on your team. Go get Jahmyr Gibbs. Hunter Ringar trading May to upgrade to Daniels. Ladd to upgrade to Igbuka. We got a downgrade from Jacobs to Hendo. What else do we have at running back? We have Barkley. We have Hampton. We have so much running back production. You can afford to do this. Let's go for it. Ken Powell, here quarterback. Give me Bo over May given matchups. Give me Benson at running back. And then for the flex, we'll go with... We'll go Judkins and get the guaranteed volume, but honestly, I may end up changing my mind to Flowers in a PPR league. Now, Barjolio trading Benson for Pickens. I would rather have Pickens unless you really needed help at RB. Schoolboy T, you probably need Puka here. Leftover at receiver, we'd have Nico Olave. Running back, James Cook, Jordan Mason. Are you telling me you're throwing Golden in your flex spot if you do this? Puka Nacua looks like a top 3 asset in fantasy. You don't sell those unless it's a no-brainer. Corrupt roundabout. Yeah, you're upgrading from Brees to James Cook, upgrading from Devonta Smith to Tet, and you only have to pay Waddle to do it. Take James Cook and Tet and run. Heifer, always happy to see you. Here at running back, give me the combo of Hampton and Benson. And then for the flex, we will go with London. You still got to play London for sure. X-Man, here at quarterback, give me Bo over May. Love the matchup. And then for the flex, full PPR format, probably take Adams over Benson, but it's close. Sun God trading Javonte, Jordan Mason, Debo for Lamb. Our lineup after would be Gibbs, Brees, Puka, London, and then like Benson in the flex. So honestly, you can afford to wait for Lamb here in the long term. You have a great team. Obviously, you're losing the trade in the short term. Now, Wahoo coming through. We got Nico versus Bucky Irving. I mean, it's just kind of going to pin on your team. I have Bucky Irving ranked slightly ahead of Nico. Right now at running back, we have Achane and Walker. So we have running backs we can start. We have JSN, DJ Moore, Devonta Smith, Godwin. Yeah, so I think it's a fair deal. You don't really need either position. So it's going to be up to your personal preference. Mystery Girl trading Travis Etienne and Ricky Pearsall for Trevion Henderson and Rashee Rice. 41 to 39, 51 to 53 with our rankings. Like, realistically, there's no trade that's more just up to you. I would say in general, if you have a losing record, I want the Travis Etienne and Ricky Pearsall side. If you have a winning record, I want the Trevion Henderson and Rashee Rice side, but super fair trade. Now, Stevens trading Fields, Chase Brown, Brian Thomas for Jaden Daniels and Trevion Henderson. I think you probably got to go with, I don't know. What do we have right now in our lineup? Running back after this, you'd have Bucky and Henderson in. Wide receiver, you can't do this. Like, you can't be, like, you have no Lamb right now. You can't be selling Brian Thomas on a team that just lost Lamb. Like, the Daniels side's probably the winning side in the long term. I just don't know if you can afford to make the trade. Like, your starting lineup would be too bad in the short term. Spaghetti Girl trading Brian Thomas for Adams. Yeah, I'd way rather have Adams over Brian Thomas at this point. JoJo trading Etienne, Travis Hunter, Ridley for Scat and Ladd. Etienne to Scat downgrade. Hunter to Ladd clear upgrade. Ridley's a 0. I think I'd go with the Ladd Scat side. Perez here for the flex. Full PPR. If Jennings plays, give me Brian Thomas. If Jennings misses, give me Pearsall. Now, K. Soliner says, would I be giving up too much for Lamb? Oh, no. You're getting Taylor in this? value-wise, you win easily. Leftover in your starting lineup, you have Taylor, Benson, St. Brown, Higgins, and then in your flex, Brees Hall and like Golden. So like your lineup's shallow in the short term, but you for sure go with Jonathan Taylor and CeeDee Lamb. Now, Wakil trading Javonte, Kamara, and Igbuka for Bijan Robinson. Yeah, you have plenty of depth. Go get Bijan. 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Griffin Foster says, just lost Lamb, Terry, and Evans, so we need wide receiver depth. Well, Luther Burden's not doing it for you. Terry to Worthy, Pollard at Henderson's an upgrade. Like, I think you can go for this if you think Worthy plays this week and Terry doesn't. I would prefer waiting until tomorrow so we can get some kind of clarity with the Terry McLaurin and Xavier Worthy situations. As obviously so much is up in the air at this point. Now, Bitter Hornet, always happy to see us, is trying to buy RJRV on the low. He needs running backs. Oh, for sure. I'd rather have RJRV over 2 now. I'd rather have Kittle over Ja'Cory Crossing-Merritt. I think you take that and you run. Okay, let's refresh this. See how many more free questions we got to get through. So, Rexorus trading Jordan Mason and Ao Manor for Caleb and Byshell Tootin. I'd way rather have Jordan Mason here. 1 quarterback format. Give me Jordan Mason easily. I know Caleb looked great against Dallas, but it was the worst defense in the league. Parlay Poppy, I'd rather have Trey Benson over Chris Olave. Wide receiver, you have Sutton, Ricky Pearsall. Like, realistically, both these players could be viable flex plays, so I'd just rather have Benson. Mr. Filthy Wubs trading Benson and Pittman for Walker and McLaurin. I think you're upgrading 2 spots. I would do it. Assuming Scary Terry's not like straight up done. But it looks like I need to sign out, sign back in. So give me a second to do it. And as I do that, I will stall by reminding you that I live stream answering fantasy football questions every single day. As you can tell, the vast majority of the questions that I'm answering in this live stream are free questions. If you want to get free questions, we're giving away a ton of them. All you got to do is drop a like on this live stream and subscribe to the channel essentially and have an account on flockfantasy.com. It's completely free to have an account on the site. Use promo code FLOCK. That way, if you win a free question in the chat, I can go ahead and I can find you and send you that free question over. But yeah, Mr. Philly Wubbs, you take the Kenneth Walker side. Now, Dirt with our next question. Walker and Garrett Wilson for Jacobs. You have so much wide receiver production. Yes, you take Jacobs here. Now, Born to Nullify trading JSN for London and Kraft. I think I would way rather have JSN. How down bad are you at tight end? No, like keep JSN here. I think London's an interesting buy low candidate, but not at that cost. Bruno Flock trading Sutton for Brian Thomas. I'd rather have Sutton at this point. I mean, Sutton's been crushing even with Bo Nix looking bad. Silva, best option on the bench is going to be Travis Etienne. I'd probably leave this as is. Like, I am maybe a little bit concerned with what you have with Javonte given the matchup. Now, Rudy here at quarterback, I think we are going to go ahead. We're going to take Bo Nix in a great spot against Cincinnati. And then in the flex, we will take Chase Brown in that same game. Trade a tight end to get a better flex, though. Bitter Hornet says he's hurting at running back, trying to buy low. So every single trade you've sent me, I've liked. JCM versus Harvey, give me Harvey. And yeah, I would like getting JSN here is an absolute no-brainer. So I absolutely love this trade if we're able to get JSN. But honestly, every single trade that you have sent, I would do, to be honest. Okay. Johnny Civ trading Judkins for Rice. I have Rice higher than him rest of season. If you have a losing record, obviously that's not a move that you do. But if you have a winning record, you can. Bain says, want to move off Kamara and upgrade. Are there any other trades you would look at in this situation? So the thing is, Matthew Golden very much should just be treated as like a throw-in into a deal, right? I love getting Hampton here. Other wide receivers that you could use as a throw-in instead, like you don't really have any. Like Troy Franklin, Deontay Thornton, nobody's buying those. But if you wanted to look at a different running back, if you can't get Hampton, obviously the Bucky, H-Hands of the world, Jacobs of the world, we'd go for in a heartbeat. But the maybe cheaper guys like Kyron Williams, you could look at as well. Now, Hillberry trading Metcalf and Mooney for Chuba. Oh, I'd way rather have Chuba here. Coming from somebody who freaking has DK Metcalf on their team. I hate it. Manny trading Chase Brown, Johnston, and Bowers for Hampton and Jefferson. Oh, yeah, you take Hampton and Jefferson and run. Fluffy Goose trading Caleb, CMC, Nico, McBride for Puka, James Cook, and Daniels. CMC to Puka, wash. It's up to you. Nico to James Cook, give me James Cook. McBride and Caleb versus Daniels, give me the McBride side. I'd probably keep the McBride CMC combo. Jeton trading Trey Benson, Ladd McConkey for Nick Chubb and Drake London. How good are you at running back to do this deal? I would assume you could get some more value out of Trey Benson. But if this is the best you're going to get, I mean, this is the best you're going to get. Now, Sutton D. Lover is trading Kyron and Derrick Henry for Bijan Robinson. Leftover at running back, you'd have Bijan and then like RJ Harvey at RB2. You'd be starting JSN, Marv, JMO, and then I had no idea who your other flex is. You'd be starting like RJ Harvey and Byshell Tootin if you did this deal. So I like the value of it, but you don't have the depth to pull this off, to be honest. I think you're just kind of stuck having to leave this as is. Now, Alex Ween trading Walker and Brian Thomas for Breece and Pickens. Walker to Breece, slight downgrade. Brian Thomas to Pickens, big time upgrade. I think you can make this deal if you want, but it is a trade that could go either way and really going to be up to you. Now, Minia Gupa. Here is this Hurts, Walker, Jamar Chase versus Allen, Hampton, Lamb. Jamar to Allen downgrade, Walker to, let's see, what would he be left over with? Running back, we'd have Hampton, Benson, Bucky. Wide receiver would be starting are you telling me we're starting Pittman as our wide receiver 2 right now? It's a fair price if you are 3-0 or if you're 2-1. If you have a losing record, you cannot afford to make this deal for Lamb. But if you're a winning team, then sure, by all means, you can go for it if you want. Mavium says, no bites on trades yet, but picked up Benson off the waiver wire. Should we leave him on the bench this week? I'm going to go ahead and make sure you have vouchers where you can always send me questions if you want, my guy. So let's send you over some more. I would go Daniels if he plays. Running back, Barkley. Breece versus Benson's tough. Probably Breece. Wide receiver, JSN, Neighbors. And then, yeah, I think you may end up having to bench Breece here. The start that I tell you to go with is actually maybe a little bit weird, to be honest. But I think Jacoby Myers is set up to just frankly crush against Chicago. I would actually go Myers here in the flex. But it looks like we had 1,500 likes, so let me answer the next 7 questions quickly, and then we'll go ahead and we will send out some free questions in the chat. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm for sure going to send one out to GC Giac. I doubt you've been with me for every minute of the past 4 hours, but I specifically remember seeing your name when we had 100 likes in the live stream, so let me make sure I for sure send you a free question, and then let's send out another free question to somebody else, but give me a little bit of time. Preston, if Daniels plays, you play Daniels. Here for the flex spots, we're going to go with the combo of probably Nick Chubb and Worthy if he plays, Hunter if he doesn't. Nor Benson, Hampton, Tet versus Gibbs and London. This is very easily the Gibbs and London side. Jay Gonzalez here, running back. We're going to go with Benson. Actually, no, you go Javonte and Walker. Probably Benson in the flex, though, right? Yeah, we're going to go Benson in the flex. Jalen Wharton, tough matchup. Now, Dubs here, running back between Hindo, Judkins. You want Judkins short-term, Hindo long-term. Pearsall, Devonta Smith, Quentin Johnston in the wide receivers and flex spots. So one and only here, running back, we're going to go with the combo of Kamara, Chase Brown. Wide receiver, give me Keenan. And then in the flex, we'll take the guaranteed volume of Pollard. Kazan for Prez, trading Jacobs for Walker and Kraft. Probably rather have Jacobs unless you're desperate at tight end. Maybe I'm biased because I have Jacobs on my team, but I probably prefer Jacobs. OG Bradford, Chubb, Jamar versus Amon-Ra St. Brown. Chubb could eventually hit your lineup through the buys. If you think Mixon's coming back, I think you make the play for St. Brown. It's definitely a fair price. Jose, Chase Brown, Tat versus James Cook. Oh, this is James Cook, not close. But let's send out some of those free questions. Let's find the guy that had a little spiky electron thing for his profile picture that I said we'd for sure get him a free question. And then we'll send out somebody random a free question in the chat. So again, all you got to do to get these free questions will be drop a like on the live stream and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Stupid simple. Okay. But let's send this over to Nick the Mets. This is Mateo RG13. Appreciate you, my guy. And just give me 1 second to see if I can find you on the site here. And also, this may be a record for us. I have been live for 4 hours, and I have not had to pee or fill up a water a single time. We brought in 3 cups. We just finished our 3rd cup. But we ate a bunch of sushi before this stream, so that water is just getting soaked up. Mateo just sent you over that free trade question. Appreciate you hanging out with us. And where was the little guy with the spiky lightning bolt profile picture? My guy, you know, I pointed you out, said we were going to send you a free question. So just send a message in the chat when you can with your site username, and I'll be happy to go through and send you a free question. But let's refresh this and let's get back going with the quick questions. Bitter Hornet says buying Trevion low. This is also a completely fair price point, but honestly, the other deals that you've sent me, I've liked those more. But I don't know how many free vouchers you've used. So let me make sure that you're set up with as many as you need, my guy. Okay, now American Dream here for the flex. I probably go Pickens, but Brees is tough. The Jets-Dolphins game is supposed to be higher scoring than you would think. Jake Colley, running back. Jordan Mason, auto start. Wide receiver, Tet. Tight end, Ferg. Ferg is for sure an auto start this week. And then I would probably play Chase Brown, but Trey Benson may be the guy to go with. Now, Skelly Elk here at running back. What are we doing here? This is disgusting. You probably go Braylon Allen. It's either him or Kareem Hunt. In the flex, we take Garrett Wilson. That is gross. But GCGAC, please let me know what your username is real quick. I haven't seen it yet. Let me send you over that free question. Alex says, can we still send team names to their inappropriate names in the league? My friend, most teams that we look at have very inappropriate names. Can't promise I'll say it out loud, but send in whatever you want. Doesn't reflect on me. Let's all be on the same page here. I think everybody here is very reasonable. If an inappropriate fantasy football team name shows up, that's not on me. That's on whoever sent it in. Okay. H13, I'm going to try my best, my friend. We're going to first get through all the quick questions, and then we'll circle back to the team reviews. But username is GCGAC. Okay, perfect. Let me send this over for you, my guy. Appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. JCGAC. I'm going to send you over a couple of free questions, my guy. So you can ask whatever you need to. Okay. Now, GLR here at running back, we're going to go with Benson and Hubbard. Wide receiver, give me, probably Brian Thomas. And then in the flex, I'll just take the guaranteed touches of Swift. Now, Brendan here at wide receiver. I'm having to play both T. Higgins and Metcalf. If I had to choose one, I'd probably choose Metcalf. And then you go with the running backs and the flex spots. You do not want to play T. Higgins. When I say I have to, I mean it's on my own team. Sandro, if you can trade Pollard and Jettas for CMC, you get CMC and you run. Now, Twint rules. Here, quarterback, Daniel Jones versus Fields. I'll go Daniel Jones against the Rams. Running back, give me the combo of Judkins and Hendo. And then, yeah, obviously the wide receivers in the flex. Mr. Fiddly Wub says 3-0. We have CMC. Benson would be my RB2 after this. 12 teams start 8 format. It's tough, but you probably do it. Actually, I don't know. I mean, if you think that you have just an incredible team, you're going to be able to get through the buys. If you think that you can work the waiver wire and pick up some depth names, then sure, go for it. But this is a league setting where depth does matter, and we are selling a decent amount there. Now, Tsunami Poppy trading Chase and Rome for Judkins and St. Brown. I think you're downgrading too much from Rome to Judkins, so I'd keep chasing Rome. Now, Combat coming through. Says, watch your trade video. Asked for a trade and was countered with this. I'm 3-0 and he's 2-1, but he has Puka and JT already. We have Mason and Kamara. It is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver. I don't know exactly. I would say in general, value-wise, I'm going to take the Jahmyr Gibbs side of this. Like, what did Jahmyr Gibbs have 29 opportunities this past week? So, I'm going to take the Gibbs side. Let me send you over a couple of free questions just in case there's anything I'm getting wrong here. But unless, like, do we really want to give him Gibbs, Puka, and JT all on the same team? Now, Frenchie says, think I drafted well. Should we upgrade at tight end? 100%. If you can get this cost up for Bowers, you go for it. Especially with the Michael Mayer concussion. Elias trading Brees and Braylon for Chase Brown and Worthy. Would Worthy ever start for us? Maybe. It's going to be up to your personal call on how you value Brees versus Chase Brown. I think you can go with the Worthy side. I'd rather have Brees than Brown, though. Now, Macho Man says, I'm 0-3, made this trade. I have no running back 2 without Tracy. Here's the thing. You didn't have an option. You had to make it. If you're 0-3 and you lost Tyrone Tracy and CeeDee Lamb, you just simply have to go ahead and you have to sell Lamb for anything that you can get. So if this was the best thing you could get, this is what you had to take. Now, Max and Visions, here quarterback, give me Geno over Wentz. Running back, Barkley, Benson. Wide receiver, Egbuka, Nico. Tight end, McBride. Flex spots, we're going to go with the combo of Pickens and Rome. Don't love the matchup for Pickens, though. OC Fussell says, traded Kraft for Brian Thomas Jr. and Kyler. Not sure it will go through before Thursday. Okay. That's a great trade. If it doesn't go through, I'll probably go Lawrence over Dak, where Dak has to play the Packers with no Lamb. Running back, I'm saying Chase Brown, but it's such a wrong call. It's clearly freaking Trey Benson. Wide receivers, Sutton, Nico. And then for the flex, we have Benson. So, like, you don't really need Brian Thomas Jr., but obviously I'd like to make that trade. Like, I don't know if you even start Brian Thomas Jr. that week over the running back. Habib selling Lamb for Keenan and Addison. Even if you're 0-3, you need a better cost than this. You can't sell Lamb for Keenan and Addison. Pod Pie Guy trading Pollard, Sharp, Walker for Bucky, Moore, Franklin. Pollard to Moore, lateral move. The Seattle backs versus Bucky Irving. Give me Bucky Irving. Fultz trading Montgomery, Flowers for Jamar Chase. You take Jamar Chase and you run. Nodnell trading May and Gibbs for Lamar and Chase. 8-team league. Essentially, Chase would be playing in our lineup instead of Igbuka. I think you can make it. I hate sending Jahmyr Gibbs in an 8-team format, but getting the elite quarterback there is going to make a big difference in your league where everybody's strong at running back and receiver. Patrick trading Travis Hunter and Kraft for Sutton. We have Hawk at tight ends. If you need a win right now, sure, but I do think that there's a world in which Travis Hunter still turns into a top 24 wide receiver this year. Nidell says, need a wide receiver badly. Would Genty be worth it? Oh, yeah, you make this deal for sure. I'd rather have Genty over ETN. Way fewer concerns with the workload. Now, Joe Bryant trading Hampton and Kincaid for Henry. Yeah, Kincaid's almost a zero. I'm assuming we have another tight end here now. We have Goddard. Yeah, I think you can go buy Derrick Henry on this. Now, Matt Otts trading Gibbs, Smith for St. Brown and Kamara. I probably prefer the Gibbs side. DJ Giddens, Ollie Gordon don't matter in this deal. It's not a bad cost, but I don't know if I'm all in on buying Kamara right now with how bad the New Orleans Saints look. Lumpy Igloo trading Javonte for Quentin Johnson. It's clearly Javonte Williams here. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Quentin Johnson crushes him. But yeah, no, you want Javonte. Go ahead. This one's going to be JD Healy trading Igbuka for Bowers. Oh, you take, I know this is a dynasty. If it's a redraft, it doesn't matter. You take Bowers for sure. Evans here at running back. We have Benson. Tight end, give me Fannin over Hawk. For the flex, Chase Brown, and then probably Marv as well. You can't wait for Terry. Splan man, wide receiver, T. Higgins, and close your eyes. Tight end, Mark Andrews over Jonnu. And then, do we really have Britton Strange in here? Is this a massive premium? Tight end premium? I guess Godwin would be the next best play if Godwin does play. TC, we're going to go Marv over Waddle. Not that far off, though. SC Giants trading Chase Brown, Marv for Tootin and Genty. Okay, let's look. What would he have left over at receiver? Rome, Pearsall, Tet, Rice in the long term. I'm fine with you doing this if you think Chase Brown's done and dusted, which is a very real possibility. Now, Wiki dependency, running back, let's go ahead and I'm going to flip it. I think we go Trey Benson over Chase Brown. Wide receiver, Pearsall over JMO, and then we're going to play the other. You play Chase Brown at running back, and then tight end, we're going to go Hunter Henry over Andrews. Now, Adv Fit. This is Judkins and Lamb versus Derrick Henry and Marv. Judkins versus Marv, up to you. I'd rather have Derrick Henry over Lamb after the injury. Get the Derrick Henry side. Pelechi, running back, we're going to easily have to go Pollard with the guaranteed volume over RJ Harvey. And then for the flex, you're going to take Olave with the guaranteed volume, even if Worthy plays. Brandon says, got sent this in a full PPR double flex league where I'm 1 and 2. My only other running back's Hampton. Henry to Neighbors upgrade, Hunter to Henderson upgrade a lot. It doesn't matter what your roster is. It doesn't matter that you're 1 and 2. And obviously, if you are 1 and 2, we need to optimize for points in the lineup right now and not long-term upside, which Trevion gives us long-term upside and not many points in the lineup right now. But like, it's such a good trade value-wise that you just simply have to make it. Like, you don't have another choice. Okay. Now, the Stone guy says, any other moves? Traded Brian Thomas Jr. for Benson and Pearsall. Solid trade. I would rather have Genty here. Traded Brian Thomas Jr. for Benson and Pearsall. Like, why are we doing also another 1 for 2 down tier? I think in that instance, you go ahead and you hold on to your top assets at that point. But Cody Berry, here we need 2 flex spots. We have no Lamb. I think you take the running backs with the volume with Javonte and Scat. I don't love the matchup for Javonte, of course, but you can run with it. But it does look like we just hit 1,600 likes in the stream. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to send out some more free questions. Again, you can tell the majority of the questions that we answer in these live streams are free. We're going to be sending out a ton. I live stream every single day, answering as many questions as possible. We've been live for about 4.5 hours already. All you got to do is drop a like on the stream and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. It's completely free to have an account on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set it up with code FLOCK. That way, if you win a question, I know who to send it to. But here for Sarin, this is if this is really a 12-team start 10 format where the depth matters a lot, you would hold on to ETN and Marv. If it was like a league instead where you could only start up to like 3 receivers or 4 receivers, you go Jacobs. But if you can start up to like 5 wide receivers here, I'd rather have the package. But let me pull up that user's page on the site so I can try to send a free question out to someone here. Send this out to Smooth Mike. Just found you, my guy. Really appreciate hanging out with us in the stream. And just sent you over a free start set question. Now, Raw Goopy coming through with our next one. This is St. Brown versus Chase Brown and CeeDee Lamb. Ten-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. You don't really need a running back. I would probably rather have St. Brown here unless you're 3-0. J-Hacks trading Chuba, Golden, Pearsall, Ladd. Upgrading to Bucky. Ladd to Harrison, slight downgrade. I think I would rather have Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving's by far and away the best player in this deal. Damon says, should I gamble on one of these will be better than DK? 12-team start 8 format, yes. I have DK Metcalf and I have TJ Hawkinson. I'd make the deal for Addison and Godwin. Now, Tom with our next one, quarterback. Daniels if he plays. Wide receiver, Tet, A.J. Brown. And then for the flex, Ladd. If Jennings misses, you go Pearsall, though. Deceits. It's trading Nico Igbuka for Puka and Scat. Ooh. I think at this point, Puka is cementing himself in a completely different tier than any other wide receiver, and you have to make a trade for Puka Nacua while you can. We talked about this in that trade video yesterday, but the points per gap that you're going to get from the wide receiver 1 to the wide receiver 6 is massive. So I think you go and get Puka Nacua. Now the Stone guy here for the flex, the best option to get in your lineup would have been Golden, but we're not putting Matthew Golden in over any of these names, so leave this as is. Broccoli trading St. Brown and Puka for... So St. Brown to Taylor, lateral move. Puka to get 4 different assets. Let's say St. Brown and Jonathan Taylor are worth each other. Would I trade Puka for Jaden Daniels, Trey Benson, Tet, and Tyler Warren? I'm probably going to keep the St. Brown and Puka side here. The only way I do this is if you're desperate for a running back. I can't see your team. If you're desperate for a running back, then sure, by all means, go for it. But again, in general, the 2 players that are becoming like untouchable for me in fantasy football, if you have them, you don't trade them away, are CMC and Puka Nacua. 40 ounces. I'm 50-50 on this. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, my guy. Warren to Myers upgrade. Tet to Buka downgrade. You have plenty of running back depth. I'm 50-50 on as well. I think it's up to you. I'm sorry that I don't have like a better answer for you, but I think it's a fair trade. Deshaun trading Kyler, Pollard, Wilson for Hurts. I think you probably prefer the package side. Running back, we'd have only 2 left. Yeah, you don't have enough depth to make this deal. I think you keep Pollard and Wilson. I trade Kyler and Pollard, or I trade Wilson and Kyler, but not all 3. JB Goated says, should I trade Brees and a flex for an upgrade? No, you don't have enough depth. You have to wait until Rashee Rice comes back before you can consider making a 2-for-1 deal with your team. AJ trading Chase Brown, Kamara, Wilson for Malik Neighbors effectively. And Brock Purdy. Actually, this is a super flex league. So if it's a super flex league, we're going to go with the Brock Purdy side. 1 quarterback format would be tougher. Micro here, quarterback. I'm going to go Rodgers over Wentz. No, we'll actually go Wentz. You get Addison back in. And then for the flex, I think you take Chase Brown with the guaranteed volume. Like, it sucks, but it's not like anybody else stands out here at the flex. Now, Joke Go trading Wilson for Alvin Kamara. Yeah, I'd probably prefer Kamara. I think points per game are going to be about equivalent, and running back's going to be a little bit tougher to come by than receiver. So let's go ahead and refresh this. Keep the quick questions coming in. This is Azias. Here at quarterback, we have Caleb. Running back, I'm going to go Kamara. Wide receiver, give me the combo of St. Brown, Sutton. And then for the flex, we'll take Quinshon Judkins. Now, Bezecki here, JSN, Rashee Rice versus Jacobs, Tet, and Wilson. Rice to Wilson, lateral move. JSN to Jacobs and Tet. Give me JSN. How bad do you need a running back? You need a running back pretty bad. I'm okay with you making this deal, especially if we just lost CeeDee Lamb, so we need some points right now. Now, MK7 Scar says, need quarterback help and thinking about Golden or Marvin. We're going to go Jaden Daniels. And then I'm not playing Golden or Marvin in over any of these guys. You could go Marvin over Waddle if you wanted. Don't go Golden. I know it's a good matchup, but you can't play Golden just yet. Slim Tim trading Chase Brown and Pearsall for Trevion and Tyler Warren. Dynasty League, you take Trevion and Tyler Warren and you run. Now, Joe says, Lamb owner, felt like I had to make this happen. What are your thoughts? Anything else I could do? In general, I'd rather have Pickens over Hubbard. Running back, we're not great. Yeah, if you lost Lamb and Rice, man, you have so much freaking wide receiver production. You have Rome, Tet, Marv, Nico. Who cares if you lost Lamb? Man, to be honest with you, I'd rather have Chuba on your team. I think you need a running back more than you need a receiver. Like, your team's loaded at wide receiver. Why does it matter? Now, Sky with our next one. This is Genty versus Brian Thomas. Yeah, I'm going to take Ashton Genty here, Chief. ABD, running back, give me Brees, Rome at wide receiver. And then tight end, I'll go take Benson with the guaranteed volume over Brian Thomas. Deline Liu is trading Swift for Daniel Jones. We're okay at running. We're great at running back. Quarterback, we have Darnold. Why the hell do we have Darnold? Well, quarterback's on the waiver wire in your league. You have Fields, Dart on the waiver wire. Go pick up one of those guys. Like, I'd rather have Swift over Daniel Jones, but I understand, like, we need an upgrade at quarterback. We're very strong at running back, but I'll just go pick up Justin Fields for free. Now, let's move this over to Kobe. This is Hubbard, Keenan, Jawan versus Bijan, Scat, and Waddle. You upgrade literally every single spot. It's the Bijan Robinson side, not even really close. If that trade happened in my league, I'd lose my mind. Okay. Joe, do you mind? I'm super sorry about that. Would you mind looking at... do you mind emailing support@flockfantasy.com? That way we can look at that for you. I'm really sorry. But Ratty Daddy here. CMC over Jefferson. Yeah, this is the CMC side easily. Like, I'd rather have Pierce all over Pollard. McCaffrey's just a completely different tier than Jefferson at this point. I know he went after Jefferson in the draft, but like, times have changed 3 weeks in. CMC's in a different tier. Warmington trading Javonte and Quentin Johnson for CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, you take CeeDee Lamb. The only way I don't do it is if I'm 0-3. Now, Econ Medic. Give me Chase Brown over Scat just this week. And then I'll take Pickens there in the flex. I want to see another week of Scat. I want to see what he looks like with Dart. Are the checkdowns as often? Connor is trading Jordan Mason for Trevion. If you are a losing team, give me Jordan Mason. If you're a winning team, give me Trevion. Jordan Mason, much better player in the short term. I think Trevion, probably better player in the long term. Nero, this is Vincent. Gave him a free question earlier. Evans to Pickens upgrade, Montgomery to Judkins upgrade, and we're having to pay Waddle to get it done. Yeah, we're going to go with the Pickens side. Bitter Hornet says, would you consider this a fair trade considering Chase's current value? CMC to Taylor, downgrade. Pearsall to Chase, massive upgrade. Ja'Cory Cross-Gamera to Kyron, big upgrade. I think I'd rather have the Jamar Chase side. I understand the concerns with Chase, but I mean, it's a fair deal because CMC is such an elite asset. Jonathan Taylor is pretty good as well. Jonathan Taylor has outscored him so far this year. I don't think that's going to continue to happen, but he's been great. Now, Rizzler trading Kyron and Tet for Barkley. Take Barkley and run. And Jello needs a running back. I'm going to go Benson over Warren and Montgomery. And then for the flex, these guys are amazing. I don't know who I can tell you to bench. I probably end up playing London against Washington. Implied team total 22 points here for the Falcons. They should be better than they've been. Corrupt Roundabout trading Brees, Myers for Sutton and Kyron. You're upgrading 2 spots. You for sure do this. Rockin' Davis trading Henry, Judkins, Pittman for Barkley and Golden. 8-team league. Give me Saquon Barkley. Just give me the best player in the deal. Pittman and Golden are meaningless in an 8-team league. Probably not even starting Judkins in an 8-team format. Random guy says, love the content. I am versus Queen Bree week 4 and hope you take the chip in your own league as well. Good luck. Good luck, my friend. Here, can we go ahead and see what we have on the bench? We have DJ Moore currently. So I completely understand the thought process in throwing Jake Ferg in the flex. Ferg's been incredible. Not only has he been great, but at the same time, like, without CeeDee Lamb, the target share is going to be even better. I'm an idiot though. Just in general, I have such a hard time ever telling somebody to go through and play a tight end in the flex. If it was my team, I would strongly consider putting DJ Moore there instead. Now, Mark trading Jordan Mason Pickens for Malik Neighbors. Yes, I would for sure do this. Frank the Tank trading DJ Moore for Godwin. Yes, I would do this. Obtainable here running back. We're going to go with Benson and Hampton. Wide receiver, give me Egbuka. And then in the flexes, we're going to go Sutton and Roma Dunze. Sean's trading Lamar and Sutton for Daniels and Neighbors. I would take the Neighbors and Daniels side. I think there's a bigger points per game gap rest of season between Neighbors and Sutton than there is Daniels and Lamar. Sean trading Waddle and McBride for Hampton and Laporta. How bad do you need a running back? Pretty damn bad. We had Pacheco and Tracy. So yes, you make this deal. Don't necessarily know if you win it value-wise, but at your running back position, you just have to do it. Let's refresh this. Keep the quick questions coming in. Okay. Looks good. Looks like we are catching up. Here we're trading Dak, Lamb, and Egbuka for Marv and Jefferson. Egbuka to Harrison, downgrade. Lamb to Jefferson, clear upgrade. Dak doesn't matter. Yeah, your wide receiver room at the moment is Egbuka, Tet. Probably throwing a running back in the flex. I think you can make this move. If you're 3-0, you probably hold it out and just wait for CeeDee Lamb, though. Now, B. Henley trading Dak Scat for Daniels. Yeah, Dak is like in the tier of quarterbacks that hold no value. Michael Scarn says trade. Okay, I got to show y'all something. So I know I've showed y'all the dog lays like this before, but she's been laying like this, no lie, for an hour. Like, I don't know how, like, I would assume she would get dizzy. I would assume that she just lays belly up, laying against the wall. Like, she does that all day long. Obviously, I'm not complaining, but it's weird that she's been still like that forever. Now, Michael says, trade JJ or Nico for another running back depth. No, your running back spots are fine. Wide receiver, we're going to go Ladd. And then for the last flex, I go Worthy if he plays. If he doesn't, Godwin if he plays. If he does, no, I'm going to go Hunter over Godwin regardless. And then tight end, go Juwan Johnson. Now, Mark here, quarterback. If they both play, I'll take Fields. But obviously, you're going to have to monitor who plays. Running back, you go Achane. Wide receiver, we're going to take Sutton. And then the last flex spot, we'll take Kenneth Walker. Sir Meliodas. It's trading Benson and Golden for Sharps and Kittle. Benson and Kittle, give me Kittle. Golden to Sharps, up to you. How bad if you have like Benson on your bench and you're like, hey man, I don't really need the extra running back, then sure, go get Kittle. If like you'd be cooked at running back too, then of course don't do it. 482K coming through with our next one. Says probably going to be getting Romeo Doubs off the waiver wire on Friday. We need a third flex. Okay. Let's see this. I'd go Josh Downs. And it doesn't matter if you get Romeo Doubs either. You're going to play Downs. Matty Ice, JCM, Worthy versus Ladd McConkey. Give me Ladd. Blackfire, quarterback. Give me Bo over Purdy in a great matchup. Running back, we're going to go with the combo of Jacobs as well as Judkins over Hendo. And then in the flex spots, we're going to, dear God, you're cooked. We're going to go Henderson in one flex. And then it comes down to like Alec Manor, Keon, Downs. I'm probably going to go Downs. Good game environment against the Rams. Warmington, Judkins versus Javonte. Give me Javonte. Tough matchup, but he's going to catch the ball. That Morris kid, always happy to see you. HN, Barkley, give me Barkley. Tet, Marv, give me Tet. I'll probably take the Barkley side. Give me the best player in the deal. It's close, though. Don, Aaron Jones, Garrett Wilson versus Lamb and Rice. For sure, Lamb and Rice. Only way I don't do that is if I'm 0-3. Mateo, trading May, Barkley, Brian Thomas for Taylor and Rome. Taylor over Barkley, but they're back-to-back. It's up to you. I'd way rather have Rome over Brian Thomas. Actually, it's a super flex league. Super flex league, you have to take the May side. I was wondering, like, why the hell Spencer Rattler even included this? One quarterback format, I would have gone with the other end of it, but now, shout on with our next one. We have no Lamb, so our best option on the bench is Woody Marks. Yeah, I mean, if Ja'Cory Crosskey-Mary doesn't play, for the love of God, go to the waiver wire and look for something else. If not, you play Woody Marks. AWU Drums. HN to Bijan, give me Bijan. Lamb to London, up to you. And then we get Bowers for free. Yes, it's the Bijan side, not even really close. Like, I would be the Bijan side if Lamb was fully healthy. Now, that Stone guy trading Allen for Daniels and Chase Brown. Unless you're desperate at running back, give me Allen. Yeah, you're not desperate enough to really need Chase Brown here. Give me Josh Allen. Ken Powell trading Daniel Jones, Javonte, and Tat for Bucky Irving. Give me Bucky Irving. Undertaker, this is ETN versus Rashee Rice. Brenton Strange, and you get a slight tight end upgrade. We have the running back depth. If you can afford to think long-term here, you want Rice. Now, chow down. This is Kamara, Chris Rodriguez, Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt versus Derrick Henry. Give me Derrick Henry. Bitter Hornet. This is Byshell 2, Ja'Cory Crosskey-Merritt, CMC, Ricky Pearsall versus Taylor, Chase, Kyron. CMC to Taylor downgrade, but massive upgrades elsewhere. Yes, you go get Taylor. Hurts till it squirts. This is Chase and Olave versus Rice, Tet, Pickens. Ten-team league. You have the depth as is. If you have the depth as is, I'd rather just hold on to the best player here with Chase. Blackfire trading St. Brown for Gibbs and London. You're upgrading from St. Brown to Gibbs and getting a free Drake London. Easy move. Brandon trading Jalen Warren, Marv, Pittman for Judkins and London. Marv to Judkins lateral move. I'd way rather have London than Warren and Pittman. So we're going to go with the London side. The Narwhal trading Caleb to Hurts. Give me Hurts. Jacobs to St. Brown. Give me. Actually, let's go Chase to. Yeah, no, you got to. If you're Chase, JSN, and Jacobs, like Chase versus St. Brown, give me St. Brown, but they're not that far off. JSN versus Garrett Wilson. Give me JSN. It's not even remotely close. And I'd rather have Jacobs over Jalen Hurts. So we're going to go with the Jamar Chase side. But let's refresh this. Rye Guy trading Godwin, Igbuka, Chase Brown, and a future first for Justin Jefferson in Dynasty. Chase Brown in Dynasty may literally be zero. Looking at your team, you're a rebuilder. If you're a rebuilder, I'm not selling the future first in Igbuka here. I think you sell Chase Brown, you sell Godwin, you try to get picks, but I don't know if this is your deal. Now, Isaiah FC, give me Bo Nix over Caleb with the matchup. Running back, Jacobs, Hampton. Wide receivers, Sutton, and Rome. Flex spots, we're going to go with the combo of A.J. Brown and Tet in a full PPR. Incredible team. Deshab trading Chase for Brian Thomas and Benson. You keep Jamar Chase. The one and only here at running back. Keep Chase Brown, wide receiver. Debo with the Terry injury. And then Pollard in the flex with the guaranteed volume. Now, Jan 6, this is Fannin Franklin versus Kincaid Ao Manor. Upgrading at tight end, upgrading at wide receiver. Yeah, I'll do the deal. It's a small one. Nick Sava, here tight ends. Give me Jawan Johnson over Hawk. And then in the flex spots, give me the combination of Jalen Warren and Chris Olave. Let me refresh. 482K. He's trading Igbuka for Quentin Johnson and Rashee Rice. I'd rather have Quentin Johnson and Rashee Rice, unless you're like 0-3. But here's the thing. Caught up in all the quick questions. We are for sure going to give away a free question in 1 second. Again, all you got to do to get those free questions will be drop a like on the live stream. Be subscribed to the channel. We're giving out free questions on this stream legitimately every single day. I will not miss a single day of live streaming until Christmas, answering your fantasy football questions. And then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Completely free to have an account on the site. Just use code FLOCK when you sign up. So if you win it, I can find you on my users page. But what was I doing? Oh, yeah. Here's what we're doing. We are searching. How many team reviews do we need to get through? Because I still have to record 2 videos tonight, and it's almost midnight. And recording videos takes a decent amount of time. Looks like your boy's going to be going to bed at 3 a.m. So I really, really do not want to do team reviews right now. I would rather go to bed at, realistically, if I record the videos instead of doing team reviews, it'll be 2 a.m., not 3 a.m. If I spend an hour doing team reviews, it'll be 3 a.m. It looks like we've gotten team reviews to a place where, let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've gotten team reviews to a place where I think we can do them in the stream tomorrow. So I'm going to not do team reviews. Let me send out a free question. And then we'll call it a night. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us, of course. I'm trying to think if I'll even turn on any. I'm not going to turn on the ability to buy any questions at this point. We're just way too far behind. We have to catch up on the team reviews. Arcanine just found you on the site and just sent you over a free start sit. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in the live stream. But I got to go. Tell the fiance good night. Come back in here. Record some videos. Really appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Of course, I'll be live. I'll probably try to do a 5-hour stream leading up to the game tomorrow. Should be a fun game tomorrow. We get to see what Benson looks like. But appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Again, sorry that we haven't been able to turn on the questions where y'all can buy stuff. Buy questions for me on the site over the past day or so. We've just had too many questions come in. So, again, I want to keep on answering as many free questions as I can. And I would rather answer the free questions from y'all than make y'all buy start sit questions or trade questions for like $3. But appreciate you, ladies and gentlemen. And I will see y'all out in the stream tomorrow.